Dude, sorry I'm late. I went to the store to try and find food and to before I quarantine again, but there was not any food there. So, also I need a Burning Crusade. Dude, I need a Burning Crusade intro screen. I need a Burning Crusade intro screen.
Loving the RP content.
Can I get an S-Fan TV?
Okay, look at this. Yes. Oh man, artwork. He stands up and it's like, oh, he's thick. With his Ninja Turtle jammies on. Oh, S-Fan, do the peck band. Oh, S-Fan, do the flick. Very good, very good. Bounce, bounce, bounce. We're gonna bounce out. Very good, very good. We're gonna try and find a party. It's gonna be good. Very good, very good. Bounce, bounce, bounce. We're gonna bounce out. Very good, very good. We're gonna try and find a party. Oh, frick. Very good, very good. Bounce, bounce, bounce. We're gonna bounce out. Very good, good. We're gonna try and find a party. It's gonna be good. Very good, very good. Bounce, bounce, bounce. We're gonna bounce out. Very good, good. We're gonna try and find a party. It's gonna be good. The vanilla brain, the paladin, the art. It's like playing chess. I'm known for playing a rep paladin in Classic. You gotta drink the bull to become the bull, dude. The worst feeling in the world is whenever you're not invited to a party. So we're at least gonna try our best. We're gonna go get the battery, and we're gonna try and find a party that lets us stream. Very good, very good. Bounce, bounce, bounce. We're gonna bounce out. Very good, very good. We're gonna try and find a party. It's gonna be good. Very good, very good. Bounce, bounce, bounce. We're gonna bounce out. Very good, very good. We're gonna try and find a party. Oh, frick. Very good, very good. Bounce, bounce, bounce. We're gonna bounce out. Very good, good. We're gonna try and find a party. It's gonna be good. Very good, very good. Bounce, bounce, bounce. We're gonna bounce out. Very good, good. We're gonna try and find a party. It's gonna be good. Very good, very good. We're gonna bounce out. Very good, very good. Try and find a party. It's gonna be good. Very good, very good. We're gonna bounce out. Very good, good. We're gonna try and find a party. It's gonna be good. Hey, you guys are the best part of my day. Yeah, it's like one of those things where like you think that, but like we said, dude, you don't know what you got till it's gone. And I love streaming so much. I love being here. I just love everything about this. I just love everything about this. Very good, very good. Bounce, bounce, bounce. We're gonna bounce out. Very good, very good. We're gonna try and find a party. It's gonna be good. Very good, very good. Bounce, bounce, bounce. We're gonna bounce out. Very good, very good. We're gonna try and find a party. Oh, frick. Very good, very good. Bounce, bounce, bounce. We're gonna bounce out. Very good, good. We're gonna try and find a party. It's gonna be good. Very good, very good. Bounce, bounce, bounce. We're gonna bounce out. Very good, good. We're gonna try and find a party. It's gonna be good. Very good, very good. We're gonna bounce out. Very good, very good. Try and find a party. It's gonna be good. Very good, very good. We're gonna bounce out. Very good, good. We're gonna try and find a party. It's gonna be good.
Hello. Let's end your. Oh, wait, thank you. Hello, 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 hello. Sorry, I'm late. I know, I'm late. Hello, hello, hello. Sorry, I'm late. I was trying to go get some groceries before I quarantine again. I quarantined to the bubble again, you know? And then there was no groceries when I went to the grocery store. Salutations from Spain. Hello. Country of the sun and good wine. Nice. What's up, guys? Hello, 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 hello. Oh, camera on.
It's tea time, give us the juice. You know what I'm saying.
Wait, this is Spider-Man 3 music? Guys, I'm running very late today, and I got a speed run, okay? Because we got
The return
Blizzcon.
of Cletus Cool.
There we go. Hello. I got a speed run because we got BlizzCon Q&A starting in 45 minutes. Okay. The hell? It's a massive stick of dandruff. SMU, we got smoked in this bowl game. This was right before Coach Dykes got there. This was Coach Morris got the job at Arkansas. I actually wasn't on staff at this point, but I went to the game and they gave me a shirt. Which one of this playlist? Actually, Eltafan made this playlist. Yep. Coach Morris. Chance Morris. Oh, dude. I tried to save this playlist and it like didn't let me. What? Now it lets me. Save to your library. Okay. Yeah. I want to make a nice long playlist of synth music, synth music. So, yeah. So here's what we're gonna do. Okay. We are gonna speed run today. We are. I hope you guys are doing well. I did post a video of BlizzCon. I did post a video of BlizzCon yesterday. So 2 hours early on Mega Law. I'm not 2 hours early, I'm 1 hour late, and I'm sorry, okay? Yeah. I'm here for drama. Look, we're not, listen. There's sometimes some things are so bad that it's like, it kind of speaks for itself.
Fan is so sexy, as fan is so sexy, as fan is so
Fan, thank you for the
sexy,
$5. Thank you, dude.
so sexy, as fan is so sexy,
Thank you.
Fan is so sexy, as fan is so sexy.
Like, it kind of
as
speaks for
fan is
itself,
so sexy,
right?
as fan is so sexy, as fan is so sexy, as
Sex Fan, thank you. Actually, I'm gonna replay that one because I liked it. Boost my ego.
As fan is so sexy, as fan is so sexy, as fan is so sexy.
Dylan, thank you for the 4
fan
months.
is so sexy, as fan is so sexy, as
One more for my ego.
S fant.
Wait, is this messed up? Messed up for how long? The world may never know.
As fan is so sexy, as fan is.
Okay. So.
As fan is so sexy, as fan
Okay,
is so sexy, as fan is so.
Maybe I double clicked it. Okay. Paid actor, self-dono. Okay, listen. Okay, you guys got me with self-dono. Okay, we're gonna speed run this because we got to get into it and I want to talk about some TBC stuff, okay? In the Eurogamer interview, it looks like there'll be some 243, but we don't know to what exact degree. I mean, I just kind of assumed, right? Sexual queens need servicing. The leader S-Fin of the carry attitude. No, that's not. None of that is true. XDX, thank you for the $5. Turst, thank you for the 11 months. Blaze Savage, thank you for the 8 months. Let's see. Bro Cocky, thank you for the $5. Okay. Granny Nani gifted a sub. 203 West, thank you for the 3 months. Any recommendation for standing desk? I use an autonomous desk. RBSR5, thank you for the 4 months. Smub Weber, thank you for the 3 months. C. Curtis, thank you for the 15 months. Rika Fruit, offline gifter. Look at that. J. Kane was gifted offline. Deaf guy was gifted offline last night. Okay. So. I'm going to do the rest of recap from yesterday. Okay. Okay, I can't remember. Did we watch this one? I was trying to find where we stopped yesterday. The song's the Doc, please. Chat, the song's the Doc, please.
You talk and you sing, but I don't mind it. I feel
Okay, let's watch this one. The Blackout of Twitch unofficial trailer. Dude, this stream was so freaking absurd. And the Austin Electric Company. Wait, what did it say before that?
You should have seen the.
Alright. I love that image, by the way. This one. The offline screen. I kind of see what Troin is talking about, to be honest.
It's fucking rough over here, man. It's day 2.5 for me. No power, no heat.
Everything is fucking closed. Nothing is open. There's no food, no water. There's nothing. It's bad. It's really bad.
It really was like a horror movie. Like the footage and everything, it leans so well to a horror movie. Like these are so well done, dude. These are so well done. Waiting for the Texas streamers like.
Smile.
Okay, yeah. It is crazy how many streamers live in Texas, right? And part of it is like it's also just like the community of people that we're a part of, and like we kind of have like a shared community that everybody watches, you know? To avoid taxes. Yeah, well also Florida is like that too. But also a lot of us grew up here. Like I grew up here, Soda grew up here, Aspen grew up here. Who else grew up here, chat? Soda was like a magnet for everybody to come hang out with him. XUC grew up here. Yeah, XUC grew up here. Train grew up here.
Yo, S-Fandle, what headphones are those? I got Cloud 2 wireless today, but shit makes so much white noise. I will return them probably, so looking for some recommendation.
This is Arctis. Are these Arctis 7s? Greek grew up here. Yeah. So, yeah. Comrade Pikachu, thank you for the $5. Hackbo, thank you for the 11 months. Ludwig grew up here. Hassan grew up here. I made a cover of Invincible. Ginny grew up here. Hello? Is my internet lag? I'll play this in the background for a little bit. We'll listen to it. Chat, what do you think? Chat, you gotta give it a rating, okay? Chat, it's up to you guys to give it a rating while we listen to it in the background. .9, 8.1, 10 out of 10, 5, 7, 5 out of 7. Okay. Unbelievable. Saving private. Oh, what should I say? Enjoying the snackies at Mrs. House tonight, dude. I had so many snackies. Hey, that night I was like in a food coma because I like did not eat very much for a few days, and then I had like a lot to eat at once, and I actually got stuck in a food coma. Nodders out of 10. Two Kings reunited. As Van El Squad. True. Dude, me and Train used to do so much together. Back before Corona. Train and I used to hang out all the time. As Van looking like a snag with his hair. Dude, they were saying I look like a dwarf Viking. Hang out again. I think maybe Train might be more open to doing more stuff as long as we're like, we had to like freaking desperate times call for desperate measures a little bit, right? And you know that's the case when even Train leaves his damn house. But I really would like to get to doing more stuff with Train, and hopefully sometime this year Corona starts to go down and things get better and people get vaccinated. I really hope we can get more vaccines for more people. That'd be really nice, right? Kappa, look, hopefully this year. Hopefully. No electricity, no running water, no problem. Yeah. No, it's not as simple as that. Not as simple as that. Didn't know S was part of West Coast rap group Booyah Tribe. Guys, this is not me, okay? This year's a write-off. Maybe. I hope not. Chat, what, 4 S fans. No, this is not 4 S fans, okay? Oh, wait, what the hell? Hold on, this guy does look like me. The heck? This guy looks a lot like me. Okay. Photoshopped? I don't think so. What was I going to say? Oh, okay. Does anybody know of any charities that are doing something for the state? Not just Austin, but for the state of Texas to help recover from all this bullcrap? I heard there was like $17 billion in damages. Recover from snow? It's not just the snow, right? Like Texas has had snow before. The problem here is that it literally got so cold, like single digits.
S-Fandle.
People had their pipes burst and all kinds of other stuff like that, right? That's what caused this whole thing to get out of hand. It's a great charity called State Taxes. No, because I was thinking about doing a charity stream. I think that would be cool to do like a charity stream for this whole thing. It's going good, but I don't know exactly. I would like to do a local charity. Like a charity from Texas. Is Maya doing something? I would like for it to be something local and not national. Pick a shelter. I mean, you could do a shelter for like homeless, right? Dude, that was the, you know what? That was probably the worst. Seeing that, like on the drive back. So whenever I went to go pick up Train, we drove like two hours or whatever to go get Train. That was probably the worst. Seeing the worst thing that I saw. Because we were driving past these bridges, and under the bridges, you see people with like homeless, you see people who are homeless with like tents and whatnot, just kind of like hanging out under a bridge in like sub 20 degree weather, dude. It's so bad, right? And a lot of these people do have homeless shelters and stuff to go to in bad weather, but like all that stuff I'm sure was shut down, right? Wasn't an hour 45 of that circling McDonald's and then 15 minutes just driving home? Okay, dude. How come S-Fan and Asman always say whenever instead of when? Whenever did we say that? I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe it's a Texas thing. I don't know. The ones you see sleeping on the street were denied entry into a shelter because of violence or drugs. Are you sure? I don't know. In Austin, the Area Urban League has started the Love Thy Neighbor Texas campaign to raise money for hotel rooms, food, water, and clothing, and other basic needs of housing in secure communities. Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I don't think that's true, but I don't know. Help Seer, he looks homeless. That doesn't mean he's homeless, okay? I look homeless sometimes. Who could have their lives ruined going from homeless from being like a millionaire? Maybe. Remember to roll ads before BlizzCon starts. True. Guys, BlizzCon's starting in 30 minutes, so I don't want to stall too long. Let's keep it moving. Blair Witch. I want to show some of this stuff. Yo. Wait, I don't get it. Am I dumb? More Cornwood later? Possibly. I might do some WoW and then Cornwood. You're just a boomer? It's a meme that doesn't work here. Why does it have 100 upvotes?
Read the comments of the braided hair picture. It would be cool to see something new.
Short hair, makes his shoulders and muscles look broader and bigger. I know S-Fan's trademark is his long hair, but I like to see him try something new. He's had the same result for 3 years now. Change would be good. Most people hate on man buns, then he'd be good with them, right? Ponytail. Jenny told him he looks good with ponytail. Okay. What the hell? Okay. Beard needs some cleaning up, but the hair fits him well. What? Okay. I'm confused. I mean, I'll probably cut my hair short at some point, right? I mean, I've had long hair for like 6-7 years now. But like the overwhelming majority of my life, I haven't had long hair. Blair Twitch, a Texas storm story. Okay. Oh, frick. Okay. Chat, you ready? I love these. I love these so far. These are so good.
3 million customers without power this morning. You're looking at
winter storm warning of this week. More snow and ice is on the way.
Texas with the overwhelming majority of those power outages. Just look at most of Houston in the dark.
Houston.
How about we do a cooking stream?
Here's kind of what's going on tonight is there's a whole lot of bull crap here. We got snow, ice, and all this kind of stuff.
most importantly, a lot of people's power and heat and water and all kinds of stuff is messed up. And in Train's case, he hasn't had any heat or anything for 2 days. Super Dio, thank you for the 300 bits, man. And what our plan is, we are going to be going to pick him up, and we need to do that in the safest way possible ourselves. It'll be totally safe. We'll drive carefully.
I brought the camera in there and the pros didn't like it. Oh my god!
Fucking behave. I can't. It's a fucking game.
All the filtration services are down.
What is that? Is that a ghost?
Trainwreck says 37% on his battery.
Tell you what, boys. Be a man out here. Take that back right now.
Oh no.
Are we stuck? There's no shot.
We're stuck.
Wolves. No food. No water.
People can finally see my werewolf.
I don't know if we're gonna make it.
Oh, I hear somebody walking. Please be him. Please be Train. Train? Tyler? Train. Oh my god.
So good. Dude, these are so good, man. These are, like, you guys are so unbelievably talented, man. Like, it made that whole, like, the editing can make this thing so unbelievably intense. It's so good, man. It is so good. Unbelievable. AI upscaled FF7 mod. That is unreal. Yeah, of course, dude. Link, it's on my Reddit, but here. Wait, what the hell? Upscaled with AI. What the hell? Angel Thumb. Oh my gosh. This is weird, dude. This is almost weird. What the frick? The fire too? The animations? Do I really want to do this again? HD magic and battle effects? It looks so good. Do I do this again, man? I love this game, dude. It's not gonna make a huge HD videos for the first time in 30 FPS. Yeah, I think the cinematics are 15 FPS in this game, chat. Guys, can we get some Drakes for 30 FPS? Dude, this is insane. Faithful enhancement of FF7. Oh, Asmon video.
I have completed and worked.
Dude. Do I do that to myself again? I don't know. That was really good. That is a damn good game. Do we play Final Fantasy VII again? Delaying Majora's for FF7. No. I said this was probably going to be the last time I played Final Fantasy VII. The last time I played it, before the remake. But I might play it again before Remake Part 2. Yeah? Maybe I'll do the Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 1, then Remake Part 2 comes out. So in like 2 years. Who knows? What do you guys think about that? We make part 2 2030. No, I don't think it'll be 2030. Okay. Wall 2, thank you for the 2 years. Donald Sparks, 2 months. Call me Ely, thank you for the 510 bits. D the Dream, Twitch Prime. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. Black Lotus Prime, I am Brew, thank you for the 8 months. Hope you stayed warm. Thank you, man. Dallas Power was clustered. Dude, so I talked to my dad, right? I talked to my parents again this morning. But you know what my dad did? So my dad works at a gas station, right? All the stores in the area, like where my parents live, were closed. Everything was shut down. My dad still went and opened up the store, like when it was no power, no water, whatever else, no power, no internet. I don't know what else they didn't have, right? I don't know if it was water or they were bad. It was bad. My dad still went to go open up the gas station because no other store like anywhere close to them was open. And he kept the store open like 8 hours a day for 3 days while there was like nothing. Yeah. My dad's like almost my dad's like 65. Like I don't know how old he is. I can't remember off the top of my head. My dad's in his 60s, right? Like late 60s. Escaping the wife. No, that's not what he was doing. Okay. My mother is a lovely woman. But like, do you want to see a picture? I was talking to my dad. Well, I don't know if he wants me to show a picture of him on stream, but I took a screenshot of it. Where he went on, we were on video chat this morning, and he was like getting ready to go again, and it was like 2 jackets. I don't know if it was like, I think it was like 2 jackets and a vest, and like he was just like, I don't know, I just thought it was funny. SN mom looks like him without the beard. No, that's not true.
When
actually,
are you actually going to be EU friendly again?
When are you actually going to be? I mean, okay, if I were to start at 1, that's not bad. That's EU prime time, isn't it? 6 hours, that's 7 o'clock. TBC hype is dead.
Good.
What are you talking about? It literally got announced yesterday. Did I miss anything else? Oh yeah, Super D, to your comment. You said there's nothing local? There's one for general. Oh, you need to focus the area to help, like homeless impacted by weather or other shelters. Oh, okay. What's today's schedule? We are getting ready for BlizzCon online. Isn't it EU prime time right now? Yeah, exactly. EU prime time's 3 hours ago. How?
Hayes fan.
My plan is to go live at noon.
Him, the brother of that Stinko guy who made the Blair Twitch video. That stream was hilarious, and Stinko sends his regards and hopes everyone enjoyed the vid. Smile.
Nice. Thanks, Tangy. Yeah, it was really, really funny. Big Whiffin, thank you for the 3 months. My man. What? It's following somebody. Why does it have 229 upvotes? What is wrong with you guys? What did he ask for? Oh, you saw this one. Cornwood vomits on dying man in hospital. I'm going to skip some clips because we're running low on time. Devs announced access to both seals for Paladins and TBC. How about you guys? Does that change your plans? What kind of action you play? Yeah, I mean, I'm very, very excited about this. I've been on about this forever. It's amazing. I'm super, super happy. Some highlights on thoughts on the epic power cut stream.
When Trainwreck gets in the car.
I'm not gonna watch this whole thing, but yeah, I gotta get it posted. I gotta get a video posted on my own stream. TBC opener. I do need a TBC starting soon screen. I do need a new Burning Crusade starting soon screen. Are you making a new guild with TBC? No, it's probably gonna be the same guild. Welcome in Cletus Cornwood. I made the Cletus Cornwood page in NoPixel. Feel free to throw the best of Cletus in there, chat. Nice. In his college years, Cletus Longway Cornwood attended the East Texas Baptist University where he played football. He was an amazing athlete with a shining future. Could have gone pro, but destiny had different plans for him. He was the sheriff of Rust Island back in Texas. He was the best sheriff that Texas have ever had. He and his partners, Chief Miskiff and Officer Spaceboy, protected Rust Island with their lives and kept it safe as much as they could. After a long time serving the country, not only as a sheriff, but also... I called Coyle twice yesterday. I called him Coyle twice yesterday. So it's like, it's good he made his first name Kale, so he's like Kale Soze, but still, it's funny. After a long time serving the country, not only as a sheriff, but also in business from back in the 90s, he decided to take a rest and retire, search for a different life. He moved to Los Santos, but it's a last testing now. He knows the law. Okay. Yeah. Cornwood. What the frick, guys? Okay. Daily Dose of S-Fan TV viewers also watch this channel. Paul, this is what happens whenever your channel is all clickbait titles and thumbnails, okay? This is what happens, Paul. This is your fault. Okay. We're gonna, and I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brothers, and you will know my name is the Lord when I lay vengeance upon thee. Cletus and Kale. It's great. You know what is I'm so we're gonna talk about Seal of Blood here in a second, okay? Because I am people have been asking me to talk about it forever. I've talked about it before. I've talked about it in the past, but I'll talk about it again, right? And kind of lay it out. So Officer Soze, Coyle, he was like the lead dev. Like he owns NoPixel, right? He's the lead dev. He's the guy. So when Cletus is with him, like Cletus can not exactly do whatever he wants, but like no other officer has like, well, I think most other officers don't have the same like level of like jurisdiction or whatever, like real life IRL jurisdiction, to where like if Cletus does something bad or like against their rules, then Cletus will get in trouble. But that's why Soze was a lot more like lenient with Cletus, and he was like, yeah, you can take your gun out, you can fire at him, who cares? Because he's got admin privileges, you know. So yeah, so it does make it really easy to understand what's going on. Yeah. So it's really, really funny.
Blizzcon line hype.
Like, so Zay pulls somebody over and he just like gets them to admit to a crime even though he didn't see him do anything. It's really funny, I think. Okay, I'm gonna do commercial break time because I want to stack up this pre-roll time before I want to make sure this is maxed out before we go.
Watching Cletus shoot at nothing behind the burger place and two cops come running around to corner and shooting him was great to watch.
Yeah, that was super funny, Cold Blunted. Thank you for the year, dude. Thank you, man. Let me see. Thought Wentz went to the Colts, didn't he? There's an Aspen video we can watch. I should have watched it now, but it would have been fun to kind of compare Aspen's thoughts to mine prior to BlizzCon. But I think we're not going to do that. I think we are just going to go and do. We'll watch the video after BlizzCon, or we'll watch the video during the down. There's like a 2-hour downtime for BlizzCon. You mean Osman? Awesome, dude. He's awesome. No, the clearing of the throat was not pre-recorded. It was from a video. Hopefully someone will ask about gold. So here's the thing. World of Warcraft. I don't know why my throat is so like dry today. Okay, so here's what we're gonna watch today, chat.
Well, today.
Here's what we're gonna watch today. We're gonna watch the WoW Q&A, which is gonna start here in a few minutes. Virtual March of the Warlocks, community showcase, whatever. So we're gonna watch this at least, and maybe even the evolution of Thrall, right? After that, what I'll probably do is we can probably watch Asmon's video and kind of compare his thoughts with my thoughts. I think that'll be fun. Yeah. You guys are so quiet today. You guys are just waiting for Blizzcon. Asmon looks like a rapper. How? Okay, so here's what we're gonna do, chat. Guys, be excited, okay? Burning Crusade Classic is coming. They are buffing the raids to make them harder. Paladin's Alliance side are getting Seal of Blood. It is very, very... So far, most things with Burning Crusade Classic have been very good. I'm very optimistic. Concerns are the boost, right? I think probably like an XP boost or anything should probably be better than a straight up leveling boost. Like a straight up you start at level 58. Because people got to learn to play their characters, man. Like I do feel kind of strongly about that. People got to learn to play their characters. My throat is so damn dry today. What the hell? Maybe it's because the weather's changing so much. Yes. Does this work? Does Paladins having both seals change the PvE or PvP rotation at all? It does. It absolutely does. Now that you have both seals, hell, I wonder if there's a way to like, because if you can keep up 5 stacks of Vengeance and then switch to Seal of Blood, I don't think it's worth actually. The fights might be too fast. But now that Paladins have both seals, Alliance Paladins are going to be able to Seal Twist, Seal of Blood, and Seal of Command together, which is going to be really, really big time. The Seal of Blood change, you're going to focus on Alliance earlier, you still plan on making a Horde character? I don't know. Blood Elves will still be better for PvP. Blood Elf Paladins will still be better for PvP. However, I have so much accomplished on my Paladin right now. Here, I'm going to do another commercial break time. Can I do it? I can't do it yet. I didn't miss half of the video. I'm going to watch this after. I'm going to watch this in the middle of BlizzCon because it's going to get kind of like... probably after the evolution of Thrall, I'll watch this and I'll share my thoughts on it. But here's the Seal of Blood rant, okay? What's your take on drums? They need to add a debuff. Okay. So, this is why it's such a big deal, okay? I was hoping my tablet was going to work here, but it's not. I thought this tablet that I bought was going to be wireless. Wacom Intuos Pro drivers. Also, Mr. GM is going to be interviewing Brian Birmingham. I don't know if you guys saw Mr. GM, our friend. He's been on Classic Cast before. Mr. GM is going to be interviewing Brian Birmingham, and he will be talking to him. He'll be doing a Q&A. So Mr. GM asked me for some questions to be like, hey, is there anything that you know is on your mind that you might want to ask about? And I told Mr. GM, I told him about, I think you should ask about like the fresh servers and if they're willing to make changes to fresh servers for Classic, right? For people who are going to want to play vanilla
Blizzcon
forever.
boys.
I talked about gold and I talked about leatherworking. You guys asked about drums. Are they planning to put any sort of debuff or whatever to put like a 10-minute timer or something on drums? Or I don't know what it would be, right? I also asked if they're willing to make any class balance changes based on meta, right? Like how the meta of Arena plays out. Because honestly, guys, there were cookie cutter comps back in the day. Do you guys remember this? There were cookie cutter comps back in the day that were just clearly better than other comps, right? That's always going to be the case where it's like, but in retail right now, like a smaller percentage, like something might be 5% better and everybody blows it like, oh, this is amazing, right? But in TBC, that 5% is maybe like 15 or 20%, right? Because of these MMO mice, because of better internet, because of better PCs, because there's a better client, all this kind of stuff, game knowledge, right? People are just better at games now. Is that percentage of them being better going to be stretched out even farther? Is that difference going to be exacerbated? I don't know. So are they willing to do some kind of balance changes if it seems to be an issue, you know? Because back then we didn't have any of this. PvP changes the reason PvE goes to shit. I don't think, I mean, the Seal of Blood changes the PvE change, right? As we see, both seals and pallies confirmed, should the unique priest spells also go across the board? The difference with the paladin and the priest unique spells, first off, everybody gets Fear Ward, right? So they addressed that. They gave everybody Fear Ward in Burning Crusade. But the reason why it's different is because the degree in which Seal of Blood is better than Seal of Vengeance is enormous, okay? Absolutely enormous. So, if we take a look at this. Okay, let me do a commercial break time before BlizzCon. Just real quick, and I'll talk about it after the commercial break is over. I just want to make sure this is at 60 minutes, that's all. I just want to make sure it's at 60 minutes. What's up, Gunorden? Throat is so damn dry. Okay, I was hoping to use my tablet today to draw some stuff out for you guys, but I won't. You had me rolling last night in GTA. It was so fun, man. Last code of Forward Crusade. I think you're going to allow us retired classic guys to come back in TBC. Or you're going to try and keep it smaller. I think I'm going to split it up more. Because originally, like, I wanted a much smaller guild going into Burning Crusade. I might come up with, like, a split of, like, smaller guild plus... They're not necessarily smaller guild, but it's just more split up. Because Crusade at the beginning was, like, I had my hand in everything. And it's too much. I just can't do that forever. Right? That's why I started delegating it more. It's going to get delegated even more. We are going to need more leadership because the raid groups are going to get split up, right? So... are you going to... I'm going to stay on the same server. Thoughts on Ellie Shaman TBC? Ellie Shamans are good. Ellie Shamans melt faces in PvP. Okay. So, I'm going to talk about this very briefly. I got stuck in a rant, and I was really slow today. I probably should have just skipped recap altogether, but I really wanted to watch those videos because I didn't watch them yesterday.
It's fans Tony's.
Okay. So... Seal of Blood. Actually, this will probably be easier to explain. Let's do it this way. Seal of Blood. Versus Seal of Command.
Good afternoon and welcome to the
starting.
World of Warcraft Q&A panel at Blizzcon Line. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm your host, Scott Johnson. It's my second time here, and I've been podcasting for nigh on to 15 years. Been paying a lot of attention to this game. And there won't be any big surprises to the World of Warcraft development team that I'm here to ask the questions submitted by the WoW players around the world. So thank you so much for submitting your questions. There's some amazing ones in here.
But
Can't
our
wait
streams have been
to
fun.
get to them.
Smile, take care,
I'm sure they're used to getting questions from me
Love
by
you,
now, so we're
Abby.
going to go ahead and get started here
What's up, dude? Thank you for the
with
5
announcing
months,
who our team is. Speaking of the WoW development team, we have 6 of their leaders with us today. Executive producer John Haidt, game director Ian Hazakostas, lead producer Holly Longdale, art director Eli Cannon. We have lead narrative designer Steve Denuser and lead software engineer Brian Birmingham. Thank you all for being here. All right, let's get started. It has been a very exciting con so far, and I'd like to start with
music.
Steve.
That's not my music. It's the...
A lot of players want to know more about Sylvanas and Anduin. Today was shocking for many of us. In your first looks at the Chains of Domination, we learned that she's going to be a boss in the next raid, and the Sanctum of Domination is what that's called.
Indubitably.
And in the cinematic for the patch, Anduin went a little nuts. Everybody wants to know more. Can you elaborate on what we saw and tell us more about what you have in store for us with these characters?
A little nuts. Wow. Well, yeah. So the story of Anduin and Sylvanas and their relationship with the jailer, that triangle is really foundational to the story of Shadowlands. And it's something obviously that unfolded from the very first moments of going into the Maw, all the way through our ventures into Torghast, trying to free our allies. And it really culminated in the 9-0 time frame with that cliffhanger moment of Sylvanas holding the sword out in that pose, and Anduin challenging her, saying, "The power's in your hands. What are you going to do with it?" And we wanted to leave it at a cliffhanger there, but not for too long. And so it's awesome for BlizzCon Online to have that chance to now show you what happened. And so we learn what happened, right? We see that Anduin was in fact dominated, and we understand now why the jailer was looking for someone with those qualities. They needed to be someone who could walk in the front door of Bastion and meet the requirements of that. So they needed to be that hero. They needed someone with Anduin's heart to be able to do what he did. But of course, Anduin wasn't in control of his actions there. And so we see him attack, speaking with the jailer's voice. But in that moment, we do see, as the kind of sigil is drawing out from the Archon, we see that moment where Anduin does regain some control, and he's horrified by what he's doing. So, that tells us that Anduin's still in there. He's not gone by any means, but then we see the jailer's influence kind of tighten the leash again and have him complete his mission, which is to bring that Covenant sigil to the jailer, and we find out that that's a key that he needs. And as we play through Chains of Domination, we'll find out more about what that entails and how that fits into the jailer's ultimate plan.
Sorry, there was this moment when that was happening, when you just described it, when Anduin kind of comes to himself again.
Mm-hmm. Kind of
looks horrified about what he's done, and then the jailer remotely sort of amps it up again.
Did they add in the music in the recording? I don't know.
On his armor kind of ignite, and he goes back into that sort of place that we just saw him in. And my question is, when he walks past Uther on his way in there, or Luther as everybody calls him,
we call him
does Uther know this? Can you speak to that at all? Did Uther know what was happening there, or is Uther just feeling bad because he knows Anduin and is having a little guilt there?
Well, there's a couple things going on there. So there's number one, there's just the look on Uther's face, which I've already seen 100 memes about, and that's awesome. But you see what his hand does. He reaches up and he touches that wound that's on his chest, the wound that was made by a weapon of the Maw. And so on some level, Uther recognized that power, and I'm sure it was not lost on him as well that there was this kingly figure walking in with long blonde.
On his armor kind of ignite, and he goes back into that sort of
as we're creating the cinematics, and we have an awesome cinematics team. Taryn Gregory and his team just doing phenomenal work. I think the quality of what they've done in Shadowlands in particular has just been amazing, the little nuances. And so you see those moments of Anduin being horrified. You see when Sylvanas looks at him and kind of is in her eyes is pondering what's going on. So even though we find out that she did the thing that she did, it's clear that there's a lot more going on the surface, and that will be explored more fully throughout the course of Chains of Domination. And yeah, it does lead to that final conflict within the Sanctum of Domination, the Jailer's Stronghold, where Sylvanas is the last boss of the raid. And I'm not going to give any spoilers, but what I will say is that confrontation, I can say that I think it's going to be one of the most epic moments in our rating, because it has so much story behind it. And we've spent so long now getting to know Sylvanas, seeing all these facets of her, the hero, the Ranger General, the Banshee, now this Maw-empowered form that was able to go to the top of Icecrown and throw the Frozen Throne at Bolvar. You know, all of those facets will come into play in this encounter, and it's not going to be a simple matter of walking in there and playing our swords against Sylvanas. There's a lot of story wrapped up into that, and it's going to be a super exciting confrontation.
Incredibly exciting.
Yeah, maybe she'll have a moment to have that eye looked at. She hasn't had anything done to it since it got cut. I hope she's okay.
It's, you should count the number of characters in Shadowlands who are carrying one kind of scar or another, because it's a lot of them.
Well, they are their scars, as one famously said.
Yes, they did.
Holly, let's move to you for a second. Classic is now going to get Burning Crusade right along with it. Burning Crusade Classic was announced today, and we got a great opportunity, or yesterday rather, great opportunity listening to you talk about it. Many players are asking a lot of questions about that. So, for example, when moving from Classic to Burning Crusade, while keeping a copy of my character, let's say, on Classic to play separately, what's that going to look like for my gold or my items in the bank? Am I going to see any differences when I first log into that character on the two different realms I'm then on? And will they then go off into their own separate timelines, never to join again?
Great question. So I'm going to do my best to explain this simply, because we weren't able to get into a lot of the details. So for you, I'm going to give you an example of how it's going to work. In my case, I'm going to use my very original character named Holly on Wormrest Accord. And I've got we'll assume I don't play a lot of alts. Let's just say I have two characters. So I've got a level 60. When I log in on pre-patch, I will log in at that moment in time. We are taking a snapshot of the character when the servers are brought down at pre-patch. That snapshot is going to be copied to Classic Era and for Burning Crusade and the current server you're on. So when you log in, I see Holly on Wormrest Accord. I'll see an option when I select Holly. Do I want to move on into Burning Crusade Classic, or do I choose to play in Classic Era? If I choose to move on into Burning Crusade Classic, I click the button, I'm off and running. So if I select my level 30, also originally named Halia character, and I decide, okay, this is my character, she's 30, I'm going to go to Classic Era and continue leveling up and enjoying my experience in Classic with my friends, I select Classic Era. So what that's going to look like for me on Wormrest Accord that's moving on into Burning Crusade Classic is that character will look inactive. Then I will go to the Battle.net app, I will install Classic Era, then I will log into Classic Era to Wormrest Accord, the same server, and then I will be able to play Halia. I will have the same gold on both. I will have the same friends list on both. Everything will be completely the same. And then I will also have the option to play Halia on both. I can pay a fee and activate my clone on Burning Crusade Classic in that case and play both. And they will both have the same gold amounts that we had in the snapshot, same friends, etc. So it should feel the same and feel seamless. We're making a lot of effort to make it as smooth and as simple as possible.
Well, it seems like a lot of care has been taken to make that happen. And the first thing I thought of when it was announced was, all right, how are they going to handle this? They got these players that want to stay in vanilla forever, and there are some that clearly want to keep moving forward. and who knows how forward that ends up being.
I don't like that you have to
in
pay
the
for that.
future, but for right
By the
now,
way, I
for
think it should
Burning
be a
Crusade,
courtesy.
it running through my head was all these ideas I could think of that you guys might try to make those people happy or to keep them happy where they are. And it sounds like this is the right way to do it. And you guys feel like you've explored as much as you can, or I guess the game's not out, so maybe there's still time to explore more and get feedback, but you feel pretty good about how that's going to launch in that state?
I think we feel pretty good, but of course, beta will tell us a lot more. So that's coming around the corner pretty soon. And we'll be looking for feedback on some of the decisions we have made. And of course, where we can, we'll improve it and make it the best possible experience as we can. We do expect the majority of players are going to go into Burning Crusade Classic. So we are putting a lot of effort on both sides to make it as smooth as possible so that you can just jump in and play.
Brian, I got one for you. It's somewhat related. How will high population numbers be handled in the Burning Crusade Classic? The zones are small, and funneling everyone into a single location has been less than optimal for the release experience anyway. Exactly how do you handle all the bottlenecks, as well as heavily shared mobs and questing areas, dailies, that sort of stuff?
Well, to a certain extent, there's a desire, I think, to recapture that challenge of fighting over contested spawns. That's part of the gameplay. But at the same time, we do recognize that this is, a high population of players, and we want to make sure that the experience is enjoyable. And so we have made optimizations and improvements to make sure that the servers are stable. We're able to leverage those to make sure that Encourage is stable and make sure that we can support high populations of players and make sure that the game is playable. But that experience of there's a spawn of a mineral node or a rare herb or a netherwing egg, and I want to get that and someone else is competing with me for it. That's part of the goal of the game. And
Absolutely,
so we don't want to make any major changes to that. But to the extent that we have higher populations than we normally did, we are willing to make some targeted changes if we see that there are problem areas. We did this with Black Lotus during Classic, and so if we see that there's some particular problem area, we will take a close look and see if there's something that needs to be adjusted for the fact that we have large populations.
All right, let's jump back into Shadowlands for a second with a question from Volrin from the Deep Pockets Guild.
Oh, I thought that was our Volrin. I was like, no way.
Will we be receiving more race/class combinations given the customization is such a major theme in this expansion? Ian, let's go to you.
Sure. So, I think player agency and choice are certainly a major theme of the expansion, and one of the ways that's expressed itself has been customization. We've seen a wider than ever array of cosmetics and other options for players to choose among. But part of what we've also been trying to reinforce and maintain is differences, is a world that consists of different paths. And whether it's everything from class design and the return of abilities to us carving out spec niches, we want to maintain a world where there isn't exact symmetry. Things are cool, but they can be cool in different ways. Now, we've over the years gone back and re-examined race-class combinations periodically. We've certainly reached a much more permissive open place in the modern game than was the case in Classic or Burning Crusade.
Absolutely.
And for now, we think we've gone about far enough. I think there are cultural differences. There's elements to these races' histories that preclude, for example, certain races from being demon hunters or certain races from being warlocks. And those are not lines we're looking to cross. But it's something we always re-examine going forward. So I think we don't have any plans in the middle of Shadowlands to change anything there, but I would never say never about any of these.
I think some people are surprised that that whether you're wearing cloth or plate, that you're going to be able to wear your Covenant's appearances across the board. That surprised a few people. Surprised me. Does it surprise you that you guys decided to go ahead and make that a little bit homogenous per Covenant?
I think that's one of those things that is a reflection of identity that we started really to broach with heritage armor. That was one of the first sets of armor that could be worn regardless of your class, regardless of material type. And when it comes to pure aesthetic expression, we want to give players more and more options there. And if you're someone who's looking for, you're a plate-wearing warrior, but you want more of a flowing robes vibe as you're going into combat, we have gameplay reasons why we don't want to let you transmog the entire range of cloth. But for these cosmetic sets that we introduce, the more options, the better.
Well, I love that stuff. Cynthia Lee wrote in, I think this is a good one for John. And this is very interesting. And I think, actually, I got a lot of this on the side, people saying, hey, you should ask this question. I'm like, well, I'm not really going to ask anything that I can't approve first, but turns out a lot of people asked it. World of Warcraft basically got me into the gaming industry, says Cynthia. I am super interested to know, how did your workflow change during this pandemic year? John, how did that go?
It's a wonderful question, John. Go ahead.
It's a great question. I think maybe first I'd like to start with how it changed us and maybe the way we think of what we do. Like everyone, this all happened very suddenly for us. One day we're working towards getting the next drop for the alpha out and looking forward to getting Shadowlands complete. And then the next day we're all hustling to get quickly get things packed up and move to home. And I think at first it was just sort of settling in and trying to connect with each other through Zoom or, whatever medium we had. We had really great response from our IT team. And then the team kind of reached out to each other, to find comfort and just feel connected in some way. But I think the most important thing for us is, as we saw, the horrendous events that were happening around us, and the isolation really that was happening, not only to us but to everyone, and certainly to our players. We found a purpose for ourselves. It's like, hey, we can connect people. This is what WoW started with. This happened before social media and Facebook, and we have a way to bring people together, give them something to do and to pass the time, and hopefully reconnect with friends. And I think it was really cool in a way to know that we were able to do something that was actually going to bring some peace and solace to people in a time that was pretty troubling. Completely and still right. is, for many folks. And we certainly feel extremely grateful for the ability to do this. In terms of, how other things has changed in our workflow, I think that we're all considering, when this is over and we can all get back together, what will that look like? And there's some aspects of being at home that we enjoy. For many, the long commutes aren't there. The ability to easily connect with your family and friends is really cool. And so I think we'd like to have some aspect of that, as I'm sure a lot of folks would. The hard parts are really, I would walk down the hall and, Brian's literally like 3 doors down from me, and I could walk into the area where he and his team work and ask him a question or tell him some really cool news about what was going on, in terms of our players. And I can't do that now, or more than likely with me, because I forget. I'll ask a question, I'll go to Ian and he'll give me a very studious answer, and it's awesome. And then I'll be walking down the hall like, oh, but you know what? I should have asked him this, and I'll turn right around and I'll ask him. Now it's like, well, I just hung up the Zoom call. Do I really call him back up again? And I'm sure our whole team sort of feels that way, and especially the new team members. Holly hadn't even been with us that long before. We're like, okay, you're now working from home. Don't worry about moving.
Yeah, that must have been something else. All I know is, from a player and as a fan and somebody who pays a lot of attention to this sort of stuff, to see you guys launch a full expansion, not only a big expansion, but one that was expected to break records given how many people were home, and an opportunity to get back into WoW.
Maybe her mic's too close to her mouth, and she has
that happen with so little hitch. I was shocked that day. I said, well, I'll be in queues all day, or it won't be up, or authentication servers will be down. I had all kinds of bad attitudes about what was going to happen. And you guys nailed it, and I'm still not entirely sure how you pulled it off, given all the circumstances you just described. But I assume you and the team are pretty proud of how that all went down.
Amazing team, Scott. I mean, I've been in the industry a lot of years, and this is truly the most professional team I've ever worked with. I mean, they love this game. We all came to the game because we were players and we loved it.
Absolutely, John. That's all.
They just plowed on, especially everyone on the team is awesome. But I think especially, in finishing things, you look at our live ops team, not only did they successfully get Shadowlands out without a hitch, and, we certainly had some hitches. I certainly goofed by predicting the date a little bit ahead of time, but I think we did the right thing. We took the time to make the game right and really, tune that in game. But the live ops team had to support not only that and the shifts that were going on there, but they went ahead and got Next Ramos out, for us during that time, because we didn't want to let down the classic players just because Shadowlands was running.
That was a terrible decision.
Well, it's a really impressive feat. Speaking of impressive feats, we got a lot of people wondering what happened to the Archon, and we have one in particular. Arthurius asked, what happened to Archon? Is she dead, or is she just wounded? Steve, let's throw this one to you.
Yeah, we again, when we're reviewing these cinematics and talking about all the details, we actually I talked about that with Taryn Gregory, our director. I'm like, we should put some indication in there because we want to make it clear that she survives this. And so you see her hand kind of move. It's subtle, but it's there. But yeah, the idea is she does survive this attack. And when you come in to start playing Chains of Domination when it goes live, you basically pick up the story in the aftermath of this attack. And as you can imagine, once the Covenants all hear about it, that's going to put them into action. And so that kind of drives the impetus of the story. And if you think about the implications of the jailer sending someone to acquire the sigil from the Archon, the natural question is, well, who else out there has a similar sigil for their covenant, and are they a target as well? So that's the story that's going to unfold. It's super exciting. We're really looking forward to telling that story.
Oh, whoops.
Excellent.
Absolutely.
Ian, I've got one for you here that turned out to be one.
As to what caused the problem, it was an imbalance in racials between the factions that was allowed to persist for a little bit too long. I think we saw over the years many top alliance guilds switch to Horde, particularly the Mists of Pandaria era, a couple more in Warlords, a couple more in Legion, driven by Orc and Troll racials that simmed better, that just yielded higher DPS outputs or had specific advantages on fights. At this point, we don't think the racials are imbalanced. In fact, in Castle Nathria, Alliance, not even arguably, I think, had the all-around racial advantage. But the thing that keeps people on one faction or makes them tempted to move is the social dynamics. It's the feeling that if you're a raider looking to join a top-end guild, there are simply more options. And if your first choice doesn't work out, there's others to explore and fall back on. If you're looking to run high-end Mythic Plus dungeons, there are more people looking to do that content there. And that's a challenging problem to solve because really, we can't undo this movement that's happened over time. And it would take something tremendous to make people who had switched from Alliance to Horde want to suddenly switch back. We'd have to massively buff Alliance racials or something to the point where they were so overpowered that it really felt just bad. It just felt like it was game breaking, and we were really telling people that they should play the other faction. We've looked at where we can offer bonuses for the underrepresented faction where possible, but fundamentally, this is a social issue that's likely to need a social solution. We don't have anything
they need to force
about this, but it is a top priority for us. Personally, in the past, on stage at BlizzCon, Alliance and Horde those are pillars of the Warcraft franchise. Those are pillars of what makes Warcraft Warcraft. And that's not something that we can just brush away. But we have begun to ask ourselves where the edges of that tension lie. We have something like mercenary mode in Battlegrounds that allow players to effectively, disguise themselves as a member of the opposite faction and play there to solve what were major Battleground queue imbalances back in the day. It's essential to us that identity and faction matter in Warcraft, and that years from now, no matter what we do, when we're all together in Anaheim at BlizzCon, and someone,
whether it's years, it's not going to be that long till BlizzCon.
It's John, whoever is up on stage rallying, where's the Horde at for the Alliance? That there are roars coming from the crowd for each faction. If we lose hold of that, we will have lost hold of something precious. And so that's the thing that we need to preserve at all costs, but not the cost of people's enjoyment and feeling at home and feeling like they can form and maintain friendships and WoW and do the content they want to do. So that's what we're trying to navigate. We don't have any specific answer to announce right now, but that's the problem that faces us and how we're thinking about it.
And Ian, I just want to add real quick.
Do you ever see, this is a bit of a follow-up for me, but have you ever seen a swing in either direction, either faction population direction, due to story elements? Has an expansion come out and everybody suddenly went, ooh, that's very Horde focused, I'm going to be Horde this time and level a Horde tune or whatever? Does that have any impact on this problem of faction imbalance?
A little bit. I think, to be clear, across the game as a whole, faction balance is actually solid. right? Alliance and Horde are relatively even if you're looking at the entire player base. It's when you start to look specifically at Mythic raiding guilds, specifically at the number of groups that are doing Mythic plus a certain level, above a certain level, that imbalances increasingly emerge. But those are also key socially driven activities. We certainly have seen, though, for example, in Battle for Azeroth, more people made cross-faction alts than ever before because they wanted to see both sides of the story. And there were compelling differences to the war campaigns on each faction. But at the end of the day, that's not going to make you leave the group of friends that you've played with for a long time or your longtime guild. There's a bond there, and that bond is essential to Warcraft, to World of Warcraft.
Gotcha. Well, Brian, I've got one from you, or for you here. This is from several WoW Classic players, and they ask this. After I play Burning Crusade, when I decide to play my main character additionally on a Classic Era realm at 60, will you have my name reserved for me there, or is there a chance I'll have to rename my character?
Oh, that's a great question. And I think kind of building on what Holly said, it really is like a snapshot taken at the time that we launched the patch.
So I guess we're going to be playing on like Fairlina Vanilla.
At that point, you do have your name in both places. Of course, part of the reason that we want to make people make a choice here and encourage them to choose the place that they want to go is so that we don't have people parking on those names forever. So at some point we might decide to relax that and let those names be unreserved. But if you decide on launch day that you're going to pay for the clone and you want to have that clone in both eras, you'll have your name in both places. One of the things that we are also concerned about, though, is what that looks like in Classic Era, as we expect most players to go to Burning Crusade, and we'll probably have to do something to resolve that. Our current plan is that you'll be able to keep your name, but probably have something similar to our Connected Realms that lets you have the realm name on the end so that we can resolve any conflicts if we have to do any mergers like that.
Interesting. So on some realms, there seems to be a mass exodus to higher population realms, and Nimbly from the Excessive Guild points out, are there any plans to connect more of them? So Ian, this is back to you. What happened last year with Realm Connections, and will that help any of what you talked about earlier?
Yeah, so I guess speaking of past BlizzCons, I think, a couple of, the last time we were all together for a BlizzCon, I talked about Connected Realms and answered a question there. And it was a massive undertaking, again, on the part of our heralded server and live operations team that John was talking about earlier, to really do just a survey of all of the realms across the world, their population trends, their faction balance, and come up with pairings and a series of connections that they worked through. And this is a manual process because we are effectively copying an entire realm's database of characters over to another realm. We have to deal with auction houses, mail, banks, all the rest. And so it's not something where we just flip a switch and make it happen. This is painstaking work. And we were able to address the large majority of the lowest population realms that over the years, we've seen people move to realms to be with their friends. Larger realms tend to be more attractive than smaller ones, and that's an ongoing process. We paused that process when Shadowlands launched for a couple of reasons. First off, launching Shadowlands and having a smooth Shadowlands launch had to be this group's #1 priority. Second, Shadowlands actually had huge effects on server populations. One of the things that made us gun-shy about doing realm connections in the past was that last time we did them was actually right before Warlords of Draenor. We connected a bunch of realms, saw people come back for Warlords, and suddenly these realms that had just been connected now had massive queues and instability to deal with. So we wanted to make sure that we saw how populations were going to settle down, and it's a tool that we continue to have that we will employ when realms feel like their population levels are too low to sustain healthy economies, healthy groups of guilds. But we also want to continue to look at what changes we can make to the game itself to make playing on those types of servers more attractive and just a better place to be. Because even if, having connections happen is disruptive to those communities and to those realms, even if it's better than feeling like you're isolated. But things like cross-server gameplay over the years have, of course, significantly reduced the burden or the downsides of being on another realm, of being on a smaller realm. But we start to look at things like auction house economy and the rest, and there maybe is more that we could do there.
Well, and I know the answer to this already, and it's eternal to the Q&A of BlizzCon every year, I swear. But you're never going to let Horde and Alliance raid or Mythic Dungeon together, are you? That's just not going to happen. Like, that's never going to be a way to help this or the population issues we talked about before. Like, we're never getting that.
My mic was muted. Don't worry. It wasn't.
I honestly would not say never. I think that's kind of what I was getting at with my answer earlier. There are a ton of reasons why it's essential to retain faction identity. But, for the sake of Rated Arena, from day one, Alliance could fight Alliance and Horde could fight Horde, right? When Burning Crusade launches, when Burning Crusade Classic comes out later this year, that will be a thing and that will be a competitive activity. And that was one of those areas where the gameplay and the need for matchmaking was what was the top priority and had to be. And so in an ideal world, all these priorities would coexist. But at the end of the day, an MMO like World of Warcraft is about being able to play with your friends, being able to play where you want to be. And arguably, there's greater strength in the faction identity if you feel like you can truly choose the faction that you identify with, that you feel like most a part of, and not have to sacrifice that because, you need to be with your group or you want to join a higher rated guild. I mean, I have coworkers who are lifelong Alliance players who now play Horde, who really wish they could be Alliance, and they're doing it for guild reasons. And I know there are tens of thousands, maybe more, in that exact same boat around the world. We'd love to do something for them.
There's plenty in our guild that are in that boat, and I wish them well to stay with us. Let's stay with you for a second, and let's get into some anima. Reminar from the Ministry of Pain Guild asked this important question. Will our amount of anima be increased later? Is it possible for each of the Covenant Sanctums upgrades to be unlocked account-wide? There's a lot of collectibles across all Covenants, and to get them all would be a gargantuan feat at this point.
Well, so we have been tuning the anima economy since Shadowlands released. We recently hotfixed anima drops from raids and dungeons. We will be looking to add some new sources of anima going ahead in Chains of Domination as there's new world content and as the story advances to make that make sense. And we're overall looking at the costs. That said, the cosmetics themselves are generally account-wide, as cosmetics tend to be. And the anima system itself is a progression that is designed to span the bulk of Shadowlands. We have some new rewards and some new cosmetics to earn and goals to chase coming in Chains of Domination, but it's not like you're going to feel like you're falling farther and farther behind over the course of the expansion. We want people to feel like they can close in on those goals and reach a point where they have everything they want from the Venthyr Covenant, from the Curian Covenant, and can turn their attention to alts. If it feels like we were hearing feedback and we're looking at our data, if that progression isn't happening at a rate that feels satisfying, we absolutely will make adjustments.
All right, we're going to throw a question out here from Becest, who asked a question about Sire Denathrius. As we know, he is an Eternal One, and Sire Denathrius is imprisoned by us after Castle Nathria. What will he do? Will we see him again, or is he forever trapped in that sword of his?
So this is a kind of fun story because it shows how our best laid plans can kind of adapt based on how the game develops. So I'll give you an example of during Battle for Azeroth, we had intended for this character called Bwansamdi to be one of the Loa to make kind of he was going to be there, but it was no big deal. There's a bunch of Loa in there. But once we heard the great Alex Desire give his performance as Bwansamdi, we were like, oh man, this character is awesome. We need more of this character. And so then we were like, yeah, we could do this with him. We could do this with him. And of course we carried him into Shadowlands, and he's got this whole dungeon, the other side, that tells more of his story because we love him so much. And so, as we're planning our heroes and our villains for Shadowlands, we're like, yeah, Sire Denathrius, he'll be this boss in the Castle Nathria raid, and you'll kill him and cool, blah, blah, blah. And then we heard the actor Ray Chase give this performance, and from the very beginning, when we first heard his performance in the Revendreth animatic, we were just like, well, this guy's awesome. We love Sire Denathrius. And I think probably at some point along the way, as we're getting more VOs coming in, we're having sessions and we're loving them, I probably went to Morgan Day, one of our lead designers who oversees encounters, and I'm like, you know what? I kind of want to leave Sire Denathrius alive at the end of this because he's just too good. And I'm sure that we will find some other route for him to take in the future. And so
I'm really glad to hear that.
Yeah,
I'm glad to hear that. But also, I love that Bwansamdi got similar treatment. That was such a treat to run into him in this expansion.
Absolutely, it was.
And go through that bit that I went through during the leveling process. I just thought, Well, it's good to see him again. I hope he never goes anywhere. So, all right, good news.
Yeah, and
Sire Denathrius probably not gone for good.
Yeah, that's one of the things that shows. Again, we watch fan feedback too to see what the community is responding to, who these characters are that they really gravitate to, and like the memes for Sire Denathrius, of course, are profound in many. So I won't give any spoilers, but he is in that sword. And there may just be allies of his that would be interested in liberating that sword from the Naru's grasp. But we'll just have to see what happens.
Have to wait and see. Well,
just
all right, we've got a great question here from Ultravarius from the Guardians of Fate Guild. This is for Eli. When will we see more heritage armor? There are a few races who are still missing theirs. So what's the deal with that?
Yeah, the heritage armors are awesome. As each one of them was, released into the game, I think we got more and more excited for not only the response, but just how much they enhanced the feel of the races in the game, and really, really did grasp the fantasy that we had set forward for those races over the years. So certainly we're working on the additional missing ones, and they will be released over time in near future content updates and some others that are a little bit further off. But yeah, they're definitely coming. We're really excited to share them with you.
That's great. They won't be missing forever. They're Ultravarius, however you say your name. Hey, we got one here for John again. This is from Prickle Pants from the Zul'jin realm. Fantastic name. John, he asks you this, John. Do you have any plans to bring the auction house back to the mobile app?
Well, not as you know it, per se. The auction house, unfortunately, on the mobile and website had kind of turned into a place where a lot of automation had really taken control. And so when we revamped the mobile app, we used as an opportunity to let's get rid of the mobile auction house. Let's revamp the auction house in the game itself to make it, more fun, more accessible. It's really about players being able to trade with each other, to make crafted things for each other, and not necessarily for the accumulation of gold by automated systems. That being said, we recognize that there was a convenience factor for a lot of our players. I myself, back in the days when we used to, drive to work or whatever, if I knew in my commute I had to be, on a tight timeline to get to my raid, it was kind of convenient to be able to, buy up, whatever potions or food that I needed, and then get in the car and head home and be ready to go. So I think the things that are important for people to have and to be able to trade, we're going to consider putting that in some form so that they'll be able to do that. But you won't see a wholesale return of all things in the auction house to the mobile side.
Well, and as you mentioned, the auction house in-game has gone through a bit of a revamp itself. Do you feel like a lot of that is sufficient enough to sort of,
I can go ahead and touch on that,
fill whatever hole that the mobile app won't?
Yeah, I can go ahead and touch on that.
Well, I mean, honestly, towards the end of the mobile app, there was very few people actually using it as intended.
Right.
As I said, I think that we're seeing a lot more people participating in the app in the game, or excuse me, in the auction house in the game. And again, we want people to be in the game and interacting with each other. That's super important. But we don't want to take away the convenience of having them get access to things that they're going to need when they're about to get into the game. And selfishly, like I said, I'm one of those commuters that needs to be able to get my things ready for the raid. And so we recognize that and we want to provide that.
I was just going to add on top
great.
of that.
Huntmaster Averi from the Farstriders realm wrote in, and Eli, this is back to you. Will there be more new character customization options added in Shadowlands?
We're not going to add more character customizations to Shadowlands. Let me explain that. So the breadth of character customizations that we did add, we felt like was pretty good. And, we tried to add things for most every race. There are a few we didn't get as many customization options in for. And those are the kind of things that we'll be looking forward in the future, to what can we do for the races we maybe didn't do as much for, what would be the right choices there. We try to be really thoughtful about this type of thing. And these types of features tend to be fairly big projects. We want to make sure that we put the time in, that we're very thoughtful about it, and that we release new customizations when it's going to be really good for the game, really good for the players, and it's still going to happen in parallel with getting new content out too. Like that's always our primary goal, is making sure that you have new content to play, and we'll do these other things to enhance the game along the way wherever they make sense, and when we have a really good plan for it.
I don't know if you guys had a lot of this feedback or not, but I can tell you that the thing I had the most fun with the pre-patch was going and getting those customizations done to myself, heading into the barber and going, are you kidding me? I can now have a scar that runs from my eye down to my lip, and half my tusk is broken, and whatever. Like, that stuff turned out to be really great. Did you overall get really good feedback about that? Do you feel like giving those extra options was worth it?
I think that's fine. But
and I remember even when we announced that this was happening, and I might have even been in a Q&A actually. The outcry and the sort of support for it was huge. Then we've seen tremendous support and tremendous outcry from the community. Just how happy everybody is seeing this, and of course, as players of the game, we're super excited about it too. The first thing I did on every one of my characters was go in and start customizing them, as well as get into the character create screen and the options, hit the random button over and over and over again to just really get a sense for what's in there. So I think it's a really exciting feature, and certainly something we want to invest in a big way going forward when it makes sense.
Yeah, those are fantastic.
Absolutely.
Radium from the guild Inertia has a question for Ian. What are the actual requirements for flying in Shadowlands? Where can we fly? And can we fly from one area to another? For example, from Ardenweald to Oribos. Follow-up. I'll save the follow-up. Tell me how that's going to work.
Okay.
When flying is indeed available to everybody.
It's short and sweet. Shadowlands Pathfinder, which is coming in Chains of Domination, will not require any reputations. This is different from Pathfinder achievements in past expansions. It just requires completing your full campaign, the Covenant campaign, and the new chapters that are being added in Chains of Domination. Once you've done that, you have mastered the outer world of the Shadowlands, you've restored much of the flow of anima, and you can earn the ability to fly within the Shadowlands. Now, you cannot fly directly from zone to zone. I can give you the technical reason for this, but it actually also matches the in-world reason, which is these are not zones that are just next to each other, right? When you go through that portal in Oribos and you're streaking, from one area to another, and you have this energy rushing past you, you're actually traveling vast distances.
Right.
Even if we said, you know what, we don't care that it looks janky, we're going to let you fly. You'd actually probably have to auto fly for something like 30 or 40 minutes to get from one zone to the other. You probably don't want that. Use the fly paths, but then once you're in the zones, you can traverse them completely freely.
Right.
That's really interesting. I didn't realize that there was that much. I think maybe what throws people off is the map. They bring up the map and they just sort of, in traditional WoW fashion, see that everything's sort of spaced around like it would be a normal map or whatever. But that's a really interesting way to look at it. So here's the follow-up. What about their alts? So after you unlock flying, can their alt fly at 50, or is there still a requirement to level fully up, go through those, go through all the rigmarole to get it, or can they just do it?
Yep. Pathfinder is an account-wide achievement, and so when you can fly in the Shadowlands, you, the player, have earned the right to fly in the Shadowlands, just as prior Pathfinder achievements have worked.
And we're excited about that.
Fantastic news.
Yeah, of course, we're very excited about that.
Paladin, thanks you. Let's move over to Brian. We got a question from others from the Quiddy Viddy Guild, who says, in the Burning Crusade Classic, will there be the possibility of class tuning? Says that would make it notably different than in 2007.
That's a great question, and in general the answer is broadly no. We want to kind of keep the authentic behavior that was in the final patch of Burning Crusade the same way we did with Classic. We believe that's the most tuned and correct version of Classic that had the most time, or excuse me, of Classic Burning Crusade, that had the most time for the designers to get things balanced right. And so that's what we're going to ship with at launch and keep it throughout. That said, I do have a slight caveat for anybody who hasn't heard it in any of our other interviews. We do want to try to adjust things like faction imbalance. We know that when they were adding Alliance, Alliance Shaman and Horde Paladins, the intent was to try to make the factions a level playing field, like give both classes, all the classes to both factions, and we want to make sure that kind of design intent is honored. And so we realized that when we look back with the benefit of our years of experience now, we can see that Seal of Blood is actually significantly better than Seal of Vengeance. And we don't want that to be a reason for people to suddenly flock off to the Horde. Kind of like alluding to Ian's answer earlier, this is the same kind of issue that we have here. And so what we want to do is give the Alliance a Seal of the Martyr at level 70. So they'll unlock Seal of Vengeance at level 64 and Seal of the Martyr at level 70. And the Horde will unlock Seal of Blood at level 64 and Seal of Vengeance at level 70. But beyond that, we aren't doing anything major.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Classic players, a lot
part.
of people want to know about that. Here's one for Ian again from Whoopi from the Is Kindred Guild.
I did want to add before this question.
Is there work currently being done on new Torghast anima powers for later patches, specifically
for the Alliance?
Spec-specific powers, and what does that look like, and when might we see them?
All throughout Shadowlands. We have tuning ongoing to a lot of the spec-specific powers that players have seen on the patch 905 public test realm that's live right now. And as we continue to expand Torghast going forward into Chains of Domination, there will be all new powers, because we know powers are one of the star pieces of Torghast. It's a chance to break the rules, it's a chance to be overpowered, and to have your character feel and play like it does and can nowhere else in the game. And so that's something we're excited to keep building on, and we'll do it as it makes sense. We're looking a lot at both stats and feedback from players to see which specs may need more build diversity and more just really like punchy, memorable moments coming out of their Torghast runs.
Well, something that I did want to add.
Tiny little bit of indulgence here. I had a theory a while back on one of my shows that one cool feature of Torghast could be go to Torghast, do your thing. You've got all these anima fixes that are now on you toward the end of your run. You finish, you beat the final boss, and you exit. How cool would it be if you could run around the maw for, let's say, 8 minutes? Not very long, just a little counter up in there like a buff, where you retain all your anima powers in the maw for that brief amount of time. So you've got your, I don't know, your all the extra stuff that happens to every character in every class. Is that anything you guys would ever consider? Has that ever come across your minds or been on a whiteboard anywhere?
Well, I can go ahead.
I can see Rex Troy over there just drooling right now. Like, if you don't let that guy get his hold of any of this, or all of our raid bosses will fall over in 2 seconds.
Right. Now, I did want to say
there are a lot of rules that we break in actually how we build those powers for Torghast that make it challenging to let them work in the outdoor world. Also, war mode players might have a thing or two to say about that, but I think let's keep the overpoweredness in Torghast. And yeah, there are also profound fantasy reasons why the condensed anima powers fade the moment you exit the domain of the jailer that I'm sure Steve could elaborate on at great length. But we also want to leave time for other people to ask their questions.
That's true. All right, Carol. In fact, Steve, we're going to throw you this one. Carol from the Blade Fist realm had this question. What is the difference between the passage of time in Shadowlands and on Azeroth? Salinar, the Horseman, and Death Knight Order Hall campaign, or in that, says he was in the veil between Azeroth and Shadowlands since we met him, and it felt like mere days for him between Wrath of the Lich King and Legion.
Yeah, there's a number of different characters you meet and interact with through the course of Shadowlands, for whom time doesn't seem to have very much meaning. And in fact, like the Rune Carver, you go talk to the Rune Carver, when you meet him, he has a line that time is not a construct of death. And that's true. When you think about it, what is time a construct of? It's a construct of order. And we on Azeroth, when we're there, we understand the passage of time, much like we do in the real world, because of the influence of the Titans and beings of order. But when you're in those cosmic realms that are far away from the realms of order, time loses its meaning. And so it's not so much that there's it's X number of days versus Y number over here. It's just that the Shadowlands are about eternities and about just kind of losing yourself in those threads of fate. And so it's just that time doesn't really mean anything there. And so you can have it perceived differently by different characters that could be in the same circumstance, but it's just the effect of what they're going through that really determines how they perceive it.
Gotcha.
True.
Ian, back to you on this one. We've got a question about this is from Harrison, by the way. So would you guys ever consider bringing back 10-man content? I'll add my name to this list as someone who loved their 10-man content, either as a different difficulty for raids or as an entirely different instance for smaller groups to tackle. Is that ever going to happen?
I think when it comes to raid content, effectively all of it is 10-player content now.
Yes, it is.
I know, some people specifically want mythic difficulty, but it feels like the thrust of this question, actually the spirit of it, is about that different thing that you can do with a smaller group of friends. And I would say in World of Warcraft today, it's our 5-player mega dungeons that fill that role. Just as in Burning Crusade, when raiding was 25 players as an activity, the idea of a 10-player raid like Karazhan or Zulaman was a novel experience to let you have a more intimate, shared, romp through a dungeon, through a raid adventure with a smaller group of your friends. That's what mega dungeons try to do. They try to give an experience that is raid-like, that you can just take with a smaller group of friends that you couldn't raid with normally. It's an experience that can span hours. You have bosses that have progression and a setting that is just epic. As cool as our dungeons are, places like Karazhan or Operation Mechagon or the upcoming Broker Dungeon just blow them away. And so I think that is where the spirit of 10-player content lives on today.
Well, that's an interesting take. I hadn't thought of it that way. That sounds about right. We've got a question submitted by Dizdick. Brian, this is for you. Will summoning stones be available at launch in the Burning Crusade, or are those going to come later?
Those will be available.
That's an easy one. We will absolutely have those at launch in the Burning Crusade. They were introduced originally with Burning Crusade, and they replaced the original meeting stones. And we actually, in Classic, had to disable that functionality to try to bring back that authentic experience. It'll be a pleasure to be able to bring it back. I know I enjoyed using them very much myself as a way to kind of bring other people over to the dungeon when we were waiting for them to run over. And I think it's a really good feature for Burning Crusade to be able to have those.
All right, sounds great. Got a great one here for Steve. And this is many players, many variations of this question, but here's the one we settled with. What's Bolvar up to, and where is his story going in Shadowlands? Will he have a major role to play? I would think yes, but let's hear it from you.
Yeah, it was one of the great fun things about Shadowlands was to be able to get Bolvar Fordragon, this legendary hero, back in the mix again, free of the Lich King's crown, being himself again, and bringing all that knowledge and wisdom to the table. And we saw him being, pivotal in us getting to the Shadowlands, in guiding us as we went to rescue our friends Thrall, Jaina, Bane, from Torghast, and we saw that there was a price to pay for those visions where he got to peer in there and see what the jailer and Sylvanas were up to with Anduin. But he will be front and center for Chains of Domination. He is a great figure to kind of rally the Covenants together and go into the Maw with them and be at the forefront of those efforts of taking the fight to the jailer. So it's going to be really fun to see him in action again.
Oh, I can't wait. Lately, he just he just stands around the desk in the Oribos, and it's
standing
fine.
Around the desk. That's kind of how I feel right now.
Next.
Yeah,
you guys not.
He's got a cool hammer, right? Like he's got to swing the hammer.
You guys are just kind of ignoring my input.
Right, I need to see that thing in action. We will soon enough, I suppose. Mask of Death from the Epoch of Thought Guild wrote in. This one's for Brian. In Burning Crusade, how will PvP titles such as Gladiator, Duelist, and Rival be determined, considering we don't have established battle groups? And I got a little follow-up to that, depending on what you say.
Sure. Brian, that's a really good question, and that comes from originally there was a award for the top player in each battle group, and that really came from the fact that we had technical restrictions where people playing on different hardware installations, like different data center sites, couldn't play with ones playing in other data center sites. And we actually don't have that restriction anymore. You can actually matchmake players across the entire region. And so we think a more fair way to approach this today is to just do a small percentage of people at the very top. We do want to award it to more than one person, but still a very exclusive title where we want to keep it to a top select few that is similar to it was, I think, 13 about per region back then. I see Ian nodding. So, yeah.
We had 13 battle groups in North America, and I think, depended on size, but pretty similar. There were hundreds of people with this title out of millions of players.
Right. It's very small and very exclusive. So we want to do that. And we want to do it top percentages of those players region-wide for that.
1 year badge.
So is it appropriate to have Arena Season 1 start so early in Burning Crusade then?
We actually think we were talking about maybe we want to start it earlier than we announced in the deep dive panel.
Oh, that's good.
We're talking as we've been looking at the gear. Very good. We think that it actually might fit more with Karazhan and the Tier 4 gear.
That's what I was
we might
talking
actually
about
move all the arena seasons up so that Arena Season 1 starts when Karazhan and Gruul and Magtheridon Slayer come out, and then probably have Zulaman come out without an arena season so that the next season we'll skip over that one.
Well, Chrissy wrote in, had one for Steve. It says, in Stormwind, I noticed some of the refugees from Darnassus mention going back once the smoke clears to collect any belongings. Does this mean that Teldrassil could be rebuilt / regrown and become inhabitable again?
Great question.
So the devastation to Teldrassil was pretty definitive, and there were a lot of lives lost there. And that's not something that we want to just reverse on a whim. But what I will say is that the story of what the Night Elves went through, of those souls that died there, that as we have found out, if you play the Ardenweald campaign, you'll know that they funneled into the Maw. Their story is not yet done. And certainly a figure who is bound up in that story is Tyrande Whisperwind. And she is very much on the path of trying to find out the future of her people, even as she's dealing with that thirst for revenge against Sylvanas and dealing with the Night Warrior powers that are growing to consume her. So that's definitely a story that we'll be talking about as we go into Chains of Domination and beyond.
As well.
Yeah, she seemed pretty ticked, so I suspect we're not done.
Good reason, yep.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Holly, here's one for you. Will you open fresh classic servers in addition to the TBC servers? There seems to be a large demand for it, asks Shadow Wedbro. He's from a Few Good Lads Guild. What do you think about that? Another classic server, given the demand?
Great question. For our timeline for Burning Crusade Classic, we won't be launching any fresh start servers, but I can promise you we've got our eyes on that in our future, and we'll be discussing it once we get through a stable and successful launch with Burning Crusade Classic.
Well, Holly, something I wanted to talk about was
nice. And what are the things that has been talked about before is layering? Do you guys still have many concerns about players' reaction to layering, and they want this authentic experience that existed when the game first launched, and by the time TBC rolled around, there were better ways to deal with things anyway, so not so much of an issue. But are you worried at all about that still? I mean, I know it's an issue for some players. Is that an issue for you guys?
I think it's kind of like
honestly, our focus is on whoever wants to play should be able to play. We would rather have layers on for a short period of time if necessary, so that everyone can get in and play. And that's always going to be our focus. Serve as many players as we can who want to play.
Fantastic. We do have time for one big final question. There was a whole lot of video at this BlizzCon Online that made a lot of people very excited. Actually, I have all kinds of personal questions about it, but I'm going to hold those and instead ask this common question that we got in the Twitch chat today. How do you get the Wandering Ancient mount? John, you want to handle this one?
Oh, you bet. That's a great one. So, little background. Last year, when we were finishing up Shadowlands, our art team really, they were ahead of schedule, or at least they were on schedule. And we decided, it would be awesome to give a gift back to all of our players and build a mount for them. And so the art team put together some cool ideas. They brainstormed on things they wanted, and we literally put it to a vote, and we let our community decide what would they like for us to make for them. And the winner was the Wandering Ancient. And so the requirement to get the Wandering Ancient really is you got to have Shadowlands. And we will have the Wandering Ancient in the 905 patch update. And that will be next month. I won't tell you the exact date because, but you can probably guess, and you'll be pretty close. But we want to make sure that the patch is ready before we put it out. But we're really excited that you'll be able to ride that around. It is a really awesome mount. And if you have a question, I want to be able to answer that before, since you said this was the final question. I just want to thank you, Scott, for being our host, being a familiar face, supporting our community and us. You do such a great job. So thank you for agreeing to do this for us.
Oh, well, thank you. It's absolutely my pleasure. In fact, since we're being so nice to each other, I really liked your introduction for the WoW stuff. But also, my last question for you is a tack on to the Wandering Ancient. Can you confirm or deny that there's a little worm on top that actually controls this millennium-old treant who would probably not want somebody sitting on them anytime they felt like
Don't tell the story about the worm. You can't talk about the worm, John. I told you, do not talk about the worm.
Shoot. I was afraid that this was a topic we were not going to be able to touch.
I'd be willing to bet that Eli's got something in that Wandering Ancient that only the art team knows about.
There is a worm. I'm not going to reveal their relationship. It's very special.
Wow. All right.
But I suggest watching the panel around how we went about creating it. I think it's going to be really interesting for everybody to watch, and it is a really awesome mount. So definitely check it out.
And wait till you hear the actor that we have voicing the worm.
Yeah, one of the best.
Well, just like the worm, it has to leave sometime, and we do too. But I do want to say a gigantic thank you to everybody on this panel. You guys were awesome this year, and such a strange year to be able to still get together and ask the questions and talk about the game in this way is just it's a great experience for me. I know that for sure, and I know a lot of people listening really appreciate it as well. So thank you guys for your time and for sharing your answers with the community. And moreover, huge thanks to the community. You guys don't have a Q&A without your questions. There's no A without the Q. So thank you for submitting those and for being a part of this each and every time that it happens. So that's going to do it for us. Thank you all for watching the Q&A. Hope you really enjoy the rest of the Saturday's content. And go play WoW. Play a Demon Hunter. He's really good in zones that you don't like playing with other classes. He can fly really high, and it's really great. I'm not pointing at anything particular. I'm not going to get specific, but I'm just saying Demon Hunter's for the win right now in a certain covenant. Anyway, that's going to do it for us. Thank you all for watching.
Thank you for having me here, guys.
Soon.
I really want to thank you guys for inviting me on to this panel and accepting my input. Hello? Hello?
The stage is set. The green flag drops. Let the carnage begin. Holy Toledo! What a collection! Now we're talking.
Dude, I think people actually came into stream and they were like, dude, why won't they let him talk?
What a play! Crank up the volume! Unbelievable!
I can't believe it was I was joking. I was just turning my I added this panel on my own. I kept turning my mic on and off on my own. Wait, I spelled Grand Marshal wrong. That's funny.
What's up, BlizzCon Line? Lindsay Sterling here, and I performed at BlizzCon, I believe 2 years ago, and I will never forget that performance. You guys were so much fun, and you made me feel like a rock star, so thank you for that experience. And today is obviously a little different, but it's really special to me because this is the first time I'll be performing my new song, Lose You Now. So I hope you enjoy it, and here's to another 30
Very
years.
informative hearing from your perspective. Thanks.
Thank you. Wait, is this DMCA? Here's a. I'm very much not a. I'm not one of those people. I'm not one of those people. Hold on 1 second. like how I did the violin version? On fire today. I just want to have the most fun BlizzCon stream. That's all. That's it. That's all I want to do. I want to make the BlizzCon stream as fun as possible, dude. I went to BlizzCon 2 years ago, 2 years in a row. Growing up, I always wanted to go to BlizzCon, even though I didn't even play WoW. Right at a certain point. And it is what it is, right? Your arms are looking huge. You work out? I do. One more time. How does she dance while she's playing violin?
It is me, your son from Iran. Please return. We have no food or water left. It's been 15 years.
Lionel Messi, thank you for the 9 months, dude.
Traveler Murloc, Fiddly Burgleton. Chef Murloc, Chef Murloc, Captain Cookie, King Murloc, King Murloc, King Murloc, Burgle Burgle. Ding dong. Let's go hunt. Let's go hunt. Let's go hunt. Run away. Run away. Run away. Run away. Save at last. Save at last. Save at last. Save at last. It's the end. It's the end. It's the end. It's the end.
Candy! 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 And there's no one here. I'm alone. But we can't do candy this time because things are different. But we are here, and I am Darren, and I am so excited to spend this day with you. Thank you, thank you, thank you all for sharing your time with us wherever you are watching from. I hope that you and yours are safe and healthy.
Sorry.
because we have a wonderful show planned. I am thrilled to be back with you. Thrilled, do you hear me saying this? It's Darren. I'm always thrilled. Thank you all for enjoying what I have brought to Community Night. Over the years, you are all very kind. It means the world to me. Tonight, just think of me as the human equivalent of comfort food. I am meatloaf in a suit. Or if you're vegan, I am tofu with a pocket handkerchief. Either way, I'm so looking forward to today. When Blizzard reached out to me about doing this, I thought about the line at the end of Honor and Glory. Hey, I got the thing. There it is. You know when Reinhardt says, "I have been called. I must answer. Always." It's weird. I thought about Reinhardt's kindness and his devotion, his sense of being there for others. That line, it's very fine to me. It resonates with me. It's a powerful line. Is it my favorite Reinhardt line? No. People ask a lot of the cast, what's your favorite line? What's your favorite line? What's your favorite line is your character? And I've never said what mine is. I've never said it. It's something I've struggled with. I put a lot of thought into it. And then it hit me. For me, there is no favorite line. There is only Overwatch. There is only Warcraft. There is only Hearthstone, Diablo, StarCraft, Heroes of the Storm. These are worlds and characters that I want to spend time with, that I want to immerse myself in. Every time I get to go into the recording booth, every time I get to become one of my now 75 Blizzard characters, how did that happen? That's my favorite time. That's what I do to hopefully give you your favorite moment. It's a little bit of joy, a little bit of madness, a little bit of whimsy. And at the heart of it, if you think about it, that's Blizzard. That's this community. That creative spark that will inspire outrageous cosplay, beautiful art, wonderful performances. Those worlds, those characters. Hey, in Warcraft, they put a giant sword into a planet. In Overwatch, there is a guerrilla scientist from the moon, and there is a small hamster that somehow knows how to operate heavy machinery. And we love it. That's this community to me. That's what today is about. All the cosplayers, the artists, the short filmmakers, the singers, the musicians, getting their crazy, delicious, delightful, gosh all heck, wow moment, sharing their skill and their passion so that you go, how did they do that? Why did they do that? Can I do that? Of course you can. It's that creative spark that will be shared by everyone you're going to see tonight, so that even in this time of distance, our community creates things that...
Chat, do you guys want to watch the community showcase?
It's that spirit.
I would like to watch this. It's an hour long.
What everyone has in store for us.
But I don't know how it's going to go.
A little bit of joy, a little bit of madness, a little bit of whimsy. And also, stick around to the end, because we're going to bring on a special guest to help me announce Best in Show Cosplay Award. And now, grab your favorite beverage. Could be iced tea, could be moonberry juice. Sit back, relax, because we're about to start. And we're going to start with a segment you'll be seeing throughout the program, aptly named Talent Spotlight. And this is your Community Showcase.
What day is it? Saturday? Talk about Seal of Blood? I know. I will during the downtime after the showcase. Stupid cat, what the hell?
struggling through these times. Keep on keeping on and help to keep our kind alive. Anima is our stamina, we give it to those in need. Rest assured, we will fill your gourd if you always trust in
Wait. Oh, wait. I'll let you guys listen.
We just started, and already I am so happy. What a surprise. It's me. I am always blown away by what everyone has to offer, and there will be more talent spotlights throughout the program. But right now, we are going to get right into what you have all been waiting for, the cosplay. Our community does some of the best cosplay out there, and we are so excited to showcase it here for you. In the cosplay contest, the entrants were judged on originality, design, creativity, and execution. For our first cosplay category, no one does character armor and weapons better than Blizzard. And this year, we're doing something a little different to introduce some of those contest finalists. We're shining a light on the community members from each of the 6 Blizzard franchises who are making a difference within their communities by bringing people together through gaming. To start us off, here is Vitor Ravenous Silveira.
Hi there, my name is Vitor Silveira. I'm also known as Ravenous or Rev, and I'm from Brazil. For those who don't know, I am the creator of a project called EcoPoint Brazil. This project has been a lifesaver for me and for some members of the community. We've been able to connect in a whole different way. We've been doing like a lot of work for the environment. We've been planting, doing reforesting, we've been cleaning. I want to thank everyone for helping me and allowing me to make this come true. Overwatch was a life changer for me. I love the universe, I love the characters, they are amazing. I love the soundtrack, I love the gameplay, I love how the game works, and the lore. The lore.
Dude, I don't know why. As soon as I saw this guy, I have no idea why. I thought of Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
Changed my life forever.
Am I dumb?
Now, here are the final.
Like I thought of it.
And winner
I don't think he looks
Disney's
exactly like him.
and weapons
But
and
my
armor
brain just
category.
thought of that for some reason. Judges note highly refined detail from head to toe, layers of different material and techniques comparable. This Death Knight concept was designed by Zach Fisher. Chat, relax. Man down, chat. King Lane. Okay, you can coom to King Lane. Living in Croatia, this cosplayer was able to participate for the first time due to Blizzcon Online. Nice! That's actually super cool. Can we get tables for if a certain character will show up? Okay, chat. Tables. 1 minute. Will. What character, chat? The Plague Ring on the time by Project Evan Blade. The Jailer. The Jailer. Will the Jailer show off? Tier 16 Paladin. 1 minute. Will the Jailer? Will there be a Jailer that shows up? Wow, that's really good. Judges know, great job projecting this armor into 3 dimensions. True. This is their primary transmog for their in-game WoW character. Ooh. Yeah, it legit looks like the in-game model. Divja the Crusader. Judges know, expertly constructed and rigged for wearability and mobility. Oh, for combat. Diablo is their favorite video game. They want to combine the demonic and angelic. Full set, 4 weird. What is that belt? Winner for armor and weapons, Barbarian and Hyra cosplay from Spain. Chat, stop cooming. Like, actually stop. So we'll be like, there's a bunch of freaking weirdos in S-Man stream. You can booba, but that's it. Talent Spotlight. May song.
我是美，冻龄了9年，有些害羞，可卡对御风暴，只剩我一人撑到最后。有人问美妈你要御蛤吗？浑身肉软，抱歉南极太冷，我只能穿得这么厚。我是美，
I'm May, a science geek specializing in climatology, only with an assistant called Snowball beside me. By the time I woke up, the world is in crisis. I set out with the data trying to save the planet.
我是美，闲来无事喜欢吟诗一首，平时很谦逊不上手，只是冻住不让走。都说我是战场乱金油，人间归地球，我只想控制住坏人，再请出我的队友。我是美，其实我内心里也很温柔，翘起兰花指，转起枪来，显得很有 feel。你要不服，我就用拳拳砸你胸口。哇，除了科研，原来我这么适合战斗。我是美，手里的吹风机能喷上冷气，如果遇到滴血，我会收起冰墙防御，能保护，能突袭。我不怕1v1，随身带护甲，残血就把自己关在冰箱里。开玩笑，我有全场注意，是我的控制能力。属性灵犀是暴雪爸爸亲闺女，我是凭实力，不要对身材太过在意。你们管这个叫坦，而我叫 sexy。坏人太多太疯狂，毫无章法的跑仗。减速呢，也是一种情绪稳定的方法。有人说我长得像熊猫，是不是讨打？冻住你好，爆头3件套，送你回家。都学学温斯顿的处事风格，绝对冷静。我最讨厌那些坏蛋肆意破坏环境。只要我有红心，手往前方团结一心，终有一天把战西平世界重回安宁书。
What language is this?
Another amazing spotlight.
Chinese?
And
okay.
Congratulations to all the finalists
Mandarin?
of the weapons and armor cosplay category. The winner on Hyra cosplay is now qualified for the Best In-Show Cosplay Award at the end of the program. Moving on, storytelling is what really captures our attention and keeps bringing us back to the worlds and the realms of Blizzard. And this community, you guys, you're so great because you take those stories and you make them your own. So now, let's take a look at the third place finalist for digital storytelling.
Third place, Greyman. Oh, frick!
It's over, Sylvanas!
Wait, what the hell?
Stop this bloodshed!
Jane.
Wait, what the hell?
If Sylvanas responds with
this is
terms that are
third place
acceptable to me, peace is upon us. No one is better suited to discuss the matter further. I trust in it again, Greymane.
There you are, Alliance dog.
This is funny. This is good. Wait.
The Horde is now at open war with the Alliance.
This is great.
Has Stormwind finally come out to play? I have no time for games. Not while I reign. This
so
war
good.
will not end until we stand victorious. Such a feeble mind.
This is so good.
No. Do not keep me waiting. You have no idea what you're up against. My victory was inevitable. The Forsaken will never stop fighting. Oh, fool!
Our beautiful family lovers through a little WoW marriage and trained to fit in the costume and enjoyed a day full of play and treats.
Enough of your insolence. Look
hey,
up and
if you guys are
around
being
you.
mean to anybody,
This
I'm gonna whoop your
is
ass,
war.
okay? In
Time
chat.
is a luxury we do not possess. Nathanos. Give me a moment.
You're allowed to Pain's champ. Just don't be freaking mean to people. I'm mean to myself. Oh, okay, well, never mind. You be mean to yourself.
Interesting. Few truly have the stomach for war. You, it seems, have a genuine taste for it. I require the services of one whom I can trust. Want to witness true power?
This chat isn't normal chat? Yeah, I know, but still.
For you. This will be a convenient partnership. I will have need of you. For the Horde.
Wow. Well, I'm embarrassed.
And Q 1,342.
That was third.
Go.
That was good. I like that one. I think it went on a little bit too long, but I thought it was good.
On the host, a DePaul mover.
Caltro's my boy.
Number
for
7.
3 months.
No, Lee,
that's a
DePaul move number 6. Are we not paying attention? Slowly, slowly, Lee. Slowly, Lee. Ay. Okay, let's go to camera 3. That's not working. Hi. Since no one's here, I thought I'd take
Someone tell Darren there's no camera there.
I've gone mad with power. Now, we're gonna move right along to the next cosplay category, Blizzard character. Let's get to know Scott Levy, AKA Bites, as he helps introduce the finalists. Okay, Lee, let's go. Cue number 1, back to 1.
Nobody tell Darren.
Brilliant! Lee, this is great. Keep going, keep going, keep going. You went too far, Lee. Oh, God.
Chat, he's old enough.
I'm Scott Levy, also known as
that it's not cringe.
Bites, and I'm in Phoenix, Arizona. Over the years, I've gotten a reputation of hosting over-the-top events. And for me, Fireside Gatherings kind of became a creative outlet. As someone who gets a lot of joy from hosting live events, it's been an especially difficult year. It hasn't stopped me, though, from connecting with my Hearthstone family. If anything, being restricted to online events has helped push me to create some unique tournaments like the Battle Blitz and Battle Grind. I've gotten to the point now where I've been able to mentor other innkeepers and provide them with tools and resources and training to help make their events better. I've run some charity events and created resources online for everyone to use, and giving back to the community really means a lot to me. One of the things that I miss the most, of course, is BlizzCon. I miss all the people and the live tournaments and the spectacle of it all. And I even miss the 2.5 hours it takes of glue and makeup and paint to transform me into the innkeeper. And as much work as it is to transform me into this guy, I know so many people put so much more work into their cosplay. So I am thrilled that this year we get to see some more amazing cosplay. And now, here are the finalists and winner of this year's cosplay
I have like
Blizzard Characters category.
Appreciation for cosplay. I think cosplay is super cool. The sheer volume of techniques, latex mask, fur, molded, resin cast, sewing, foam sculpting, and more, like, this is nuts. Chat, one thing that they didn't put on here is this is actually made with real panda fur. So, he actually, yes, from a real endangered animal. It's true. We have a remote control wrecking ball built on top of an RC car base. Wait, what is this one? Oh, frick. That is good. Overwatch, okay. Spider-Man. The Wrath of the Lich King cinematic from Warcraft 3. That is good. That is really good. Menace the cosplayer exudes really brings him to life as the Lich King. This gives 10k armor? Yeah, but that was from the movie. Queen Kalani. Cosplayer wanted to create a real life Kalani with the elements of the Aztec. Dude, the amount of time and effort that and skill that it takes to make these is insane. Toronto was ruined more than ages. This is what it is. Cosplay watch every Blizzard cosplay contest and it's their dream to take part. Really? Oh, and she's from Poland, so she couldn't. I forgot Poland. Bolvar 4 Dragon. Oh, dude, smoke is coming out of his chest. This is the cosplayer's first time creating this type of muscle suit. That is badass, dude. Oh, okay, this is the best one. This is the best. The smoke out of the chest. Dude, this song is so good. I love this song. The it's so good. Oh, amazing. Best, dude. I love this, dude. I love StarCraft 1. Feel strong, man. What a game, dude. What a damn game. Oh, frick, dude. Chat, every Asian girl is not Jenny. Doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. This is badass, dude. This is so good. I love this song so much, man. Holy crap, dude. Oh, this is actually so good. Dude, that was so damn good.
For winning the Cosplay Award for Best Blizzard Character. Stick around at the end of the showcase to see if they take home the coveted Best in Show Cosplay Award. It's coming up at the end of the showcase. But right now, we have the second place digital storytelling piece. And my friends,
we find that?
It is a musical delight. Let's see it now.
Happy BlizzCon. Watch the
StarCraft Trilogy
5
mix. Terran theme. The Plague of Azeroth.
I saw an old man in a dinghy by the sea. He said he was in a quarantine. I thought he'd gone mad from the scurvy when he pulled out his Thunder Fury and said, 6 feet apart or 6 feet down. Stand next to me and I'll put ye underground. Don't hide me hell nor take your mask off. There be plague in Azeroth. So I docked me ship off the wetland shore. The town seemed quieter than before. No folk in sight, but food at their doors, delivered by goblin eats. No horde or ally.
Who made this?
RPGs. Instead they fight through Zoom meetings. Everyone's social distancing, like that old man said to me. 6 feet apart or 6 feet down. Stand next to me and I'll put ye underground. Don't hide ye helm nor take your mask off. There be plague in Azeroth. I seek to find the source of the plague that drove all of our heroes away. I start me search in Booty Bay, the foulest place there be. The goblins point to Zul'Gurub. I ask
and it could be like Nixium, right? It has like the same sort of lighting.
He said, no way, try Kel'Thuzad, a 20-minute flight northeast. Excuse me. Can you move back, please? 6 feet apart or 6 feet down. Stand next to me and I'll put ye underground. Don't hide ye helm nor take your mask off. There be plague in Azeroth. I arrive at Nax and find KT. He said this plague is beyond me. There's no place with toxicity to brew a plague like that. But Storm when trade chat. Can you please move your griffin back? I spot that old man from the dinghy. He's yelling in trade. Thunder Fury. Everybody has one in the city. And they're also Scarab Lords. Fully Biss and Board.
Paladin, Pogoo.
I said 6 feet. It appears that jerks be the source of the plague, bragging about their loot in trade. It annoyed all the casual folk.
Wait, was that me?
No one wants to
Thunder Fury. Scarab.
Some hope to say
you talking about me? What the hell? Pickleball, thank you for the year. Deskar, 8 months. Corthan, thank you for the 1 year. Thank you guys so much, man.
So spread love to your peers because Blizzard is here.
All cosplay takes imagination, artistry, creativity, ingenuity. But for our category of traditional creation, we want to award those who displayed the highest levels of craftsmanship through cutting, sewing, fastening, and use of classic materials. So, to announce the finalists in traditional creation cosplay, we have Diablo 3 content creator, Wolfcrier.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, my name is James McDermott, but online I am better known as Wolfcrier, a Diablo 3 streamer and content creator. I'm also the founder of Level with a Cause, which is a charity fundraising event that coincides with the start of each new season in Diablo 3. We've been doing this since season 11, and
I think it's cool that Blizzard was working with
content creators,
like streamers, content creators, YouTubers, whatever you want to call them,
3 community
of a lot of their games for this. I think that's really, really cool.
$80,000,
and I wish they would do that for actual BlizzCon
over
a
the
little bit
last
more.
few years.
I think Riot has done an amazing job of that
many
recently.
Challenges to our daily lives, but gaming, and in particular for me, Diablo 3 and its fantastic community brought me at least some sense of that normalcy that I think we were all trying to find last year. Some of my best memories that I have come from BlizzCon. These are truly moments that I can never, ever forget, and I personally can't wait until we all have that opportunity to meet up in person once again. But now, here are the finalists and winners for this year's Cosplay Traditional Creation category.
Right-wing fairy dragon. This complex display embodies our vision of a fairy dragon queen found in the deepest parts of the Emerald Dream. Ooh. Every time I see the wizard in battle, I feel safe, fantastic, and magical. Just let them eat cake, mage table. Nice. Nice. Very good. Oh! Nice. Are you watching Mr. GM interview with Blizzard? I will whenever it happens, yeah. I think the best Lich King was the one from earlier. It was so good. So we didn't see a jailer. We have not seen a jailer yet, and there's 20 minutes left. Oh, he does all of them? This is nuts. I could do this, but I don't want to. Same. Chat, I'm gonna run to the bathroom, okay? I'm legit about to piss my pants. I will hurry. Give me a second, okay?
And now, it is time to give out the first place award for digital storytelling. And for this piece, a group of Overwatch community members came together from around the globe to create something truly fantastic. Let me tell you, my friends, they delivered the payload. Let's take a look.
Okay, let's get cracking. Oh, better get my coffee. All right, good to go. And right on time. Reinhardt, how are you?
Good, I suppose. But I'm still not sure about this internet meeting.
Oh, you'll get used to it, big guy. Now, can you screen share our plan of attack on Sector 7?
What share? Share what? What are you speaking of?
Hold that thought. Brigitte's in the waiting room.
Where? What room? Where's my beloved goddaughter? I do not see her.
Brigitte, how are you? Oh! What is that?
That's just Mitzi. She hasn't had her dinner yet.
What's a dinner?
Halfway between lunch and dinner. She gets cranky if she doesn't get it on time.
Any sevens in the chat are.
No,
7,777 million
Okay,
777
well,
octillion
anyway,
777 septillion 777 sextillion 777
Genji, we can't hear you.
quintillion 777 quadrillion 777
There you go. So, what were you saying?
I need a healing. 7 billion 777 million
Genji, we need you to focus, alright?
During the show.
Well, that just happened.
Don't do that during the show.
Okay, moving on. May's here. Hi, May. Oh, May, stop.
Oh, sorry. I was just making a milkshake. It's a little warm where I am.
Don't you live in the Arctic?
Yes, and it's summer here.
Okay.
Lena! I did some research on the internet machine. I can screen share.
That's wonderful. Now I can finally get something done. Oh no. We're losing connection.
What is happening? I wish to screen share. I wish to show my skills. I live for this. Hello?
Oh, bugger.
Wait, this one was first place?
Over the years, techniques for creating costumes have evolved with current technology, which has made for grander and grander cosplay. So,
wait, what
now,
was second
we're
place?
going to award those who have utilized crafting technology to its fullest to bring forth the most epic of modern creation cosplay.
The rock
to
song
help
was
us
second?
introduce the finalists, we
The
have
dog was funnier, I
StarCraft
thought.
streamer.
Oh, the Plague song? Oh, yeah. Yeah, both of
Hi,
those were
my
good.
name's Olivia Cito, but most people know me by my gamer tag LivyB. I'm a streamer and cosplayer from Sydney, Australia, and I've been playing Blizzard games since I was 10 years old, so they hold a special place in my heart. StarCraft is the hardest game I have ever played, and getting Grandmaster for the first time was easily one of the best moments of my life. I was finally able to break through that skill ceiling, a goal I was driven to achieve for years, and something I definitely wouldn't have been able to achieve if not for the love and
Wait,
support
why is she not live?
of my community. Streaming has really allowed for myself and others to stay connected during the pandemic. And even if you are someone that isn't used to staying inside all the time,
If you're a streamer
there's
and you're going to be on
always a
something like
place
this,
for
you should
you
1,000%
to
be
hang
live.
out with people who share the same passion for gaming as you do. Shout out to the Beehive. For this past year or so, I've also been incredibly passionate about cosplay. My favorite character to cosplay, of course, is Diva. She is definitely my video game character kindred spirit. But that's enough about me. Here are the finalists and winners for this year's cosplay modern creation category.
Judges notes, the sculpting, skin texture, and bone texture really stood out. Wait, Male Mercy? Lamborghini Mercy. Winner, Queen Neptulon. The corals are made of organic materials. Tapioca pearls, crushed spaghetti pasta, and beans. Really? That looks good. And it glows in the dark? Oh, frick. The freaking smoke.
There's more show to come. But before we continue, we'd like to
Lamborghini
take a moment
Mercy.
to recognize one of our community members who passed away earlier this year. Jared Nandon took the Blizzcon stage in 2013 in an unforgettable South Park World of Warcraft cosplay. Creativity is the defining trait of what we try to put on display during community night. And Jared was one of the most creative ones to ever walk the Blizzcon
Yeah,
stage.
this is the guy who did the South
Our
Park,
cosplay
right? Is that him?
deeply feels this loss.
Jared Lee
Yeah.
Landon, how do you kill that which has no life?
That's nice they did that. That's good that they did that. Aaron Tiversham, Missing Pandora Music, Wandering Isle. See possible changes to drums. I don't know if it's been announced. Wait, they announced it that they will possibly change drums. Did they say that explicitly? That's good. How's she playing a hammer? Yeah, I think that's really good, Chris. Where was that posted? Okay, I'll look at this after this. Briggs, thank you.
Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. I'm just alone in an empty theater creating this, a masterpiece. Ah, yes. And paintbrush down. Seriously, the Blizzard community creates some of the most impressive fan art out there. And a big thank you to all those who submitted their fantastic work. Look, I was a little late on submitting mine, so unfortunately, I could not be considered to enter the contest, but I will let all of you give me your opinion. You be the judge. It's really good, right? I'm a very fragile individual. But come on, let's see who the winners of this year's art contest are.
It's almost like...
Friends, to announce the finalists, we have
somebody who's that good at voices, it's like you can't trust what the real voice is.
Hi guys, my name is Brooke, but most of you know me as Jazzaline. I'm from Trenton, Ontario, Canada, but I've called California home now for over 4 years. I stream and I cast Heroes of the Storm, but I'm also the creator and organizer of Girls Gang Squad, an all-female community created to highlight and support women in gaming. In 2020 alone, Girls Gang Squad was able to raise over $10,500 for charities such as RAIN, the Breast Cancer Research Foundation, and Marine Toys for Tots. One of my favorite things about Heroes of the Storm is the community. I've never been surrounded by such generous and compassionate people. They're what make the events Girls Gang Squad put on so successful. But enough of that stuff. Every year at Blizzcon, I'm absolutely blown away by the talented artists that submit work for the art contest. Here are the finalists and winner of this year's art contest.
Warbringer's Jaina cover.
小心，小心，大海的女儿，你听她在呼喊，海风扬起那心碎的话语，随风去。 沉落海底，雪融浪过，在卡里多摩，水手。
Why is he not dressed up as Jaina?
拼搏，英雄陨落在塞兰罗，因为。 他的离开，为何大海的女儿，为何昨日时光你都忘记？我们的荣耀因为你而存在，为何一直不还？
Mandarin.
深埋在海底的伤悲，家人背叛的罪，化作最同胞绝望的呼喊，小心的大。
You guys saying catering? It's not catering, right? But something you gotta realize is Blizzard has an opportunity with BlizzCon this year to do a show that is more international than in the past, just because there's a lot of people from different countries that aren't able to participate because they're not able to fly overseas and be able to get to come to America to go to BlizzCon, right? So it's not catering, it's more so taking advantage of the situation and making the best out of it. It's not all Chinese. There's somebody from Poland earlier. Then they said there's somebody from Brazil.
Congratulations to Zhong Yang for winning the art contest with that amazing villainous piece. Well, look, I thought I was going to introduce our special guest right now, but there seems to be a bit of a hiccup. But look, I am from theater. And the show must go on.
Sorry, I had to finish putting all this on.
Matt Mercer, Pogu.
Stuck there. No, I got it.
Okay, you look great. This is amazing.
Thank you.
One question, why are you dressed as McCree?
You asked me to come and cosplay for the community showcase.
No, it was about introducing cosplay. It's okay, it's fine. You look fantastic.
Well, thank you. Much obliged. Figured it was either this or the pajamas I've been wearing for the past 10 months, and I think this has a little bit of an air of professionalism over the previous. So.
I met him in real life.
I've been wearing a suit all the time.
That's the epitome of professional, so there you go.
Well, thank you. Speaking of that, professionalism, would you help me bring the hammer down by introducing the next segment?
It would be an honor if you don't mind. So, the Blizzard community, as we know, does cosplay better than anyone.
It's weird seeing people
we'd like to
flip into their voice actor
spent on
mode.
bringing Blizzard characters to life in incredible
ways.
ways.
You hear the voice. It's
Let's take a look at some of our entrants in this year's cosplay exhibition.
It's cool. Atlantic Mercy, Tiffany Gordon cosplay. Maghar Org Bastora. Those are her real teeth, chat. She actually shaved her teeth that way for this 1 year of cosplay. She's been doing it for 24 years. A Loon Goddess of the Moon. Magister's IRL. Nice. Master Sylvanas from Italy. Lady Jenna Proudmore from Russia. Amazing Rogue. Maze Bay from Malaysia. Mercy Zook from Greece. See, like, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. Like, you have people that are like from all over the world that are able to participate that maybe they wouldn't have gotten to participate in the past, right? These are great. Sindragoza from Ukraine. Death Knight Tier 19. Mythic was Gravekeeper Ilaria cosplay from Germany. Winston. That's a good Winston, dude. Elena. Reaper Pumpkin Steven from Indonesia. Oh, frick. That's badass. Reaper Hellspawn Steven. Treasure Gustavo Lopez. Tarande Whisperwind. Tarana from UK. Anna Amari, Wasteland. The Gently, Russia. See, this is cool. Little Red Ash. Wait, that's League of Legends, right? Who's Little Red Ash? Judgment Paladin, nice. Dude, that is a badass Ash Gandhi. That guy was from France, that Reinhardt. Warrior Tier 10 from WoW. And Sorial Cosplay. You know what's interesting is these people that they're just like, that one guy was just Steven. Paladin Tier 21 Mythic, Ozana from Germany. It was just like, he wasn't like a, whatever. Jesse McCree from Overwatch. Orin Cosplay, Germany. Like, that's cool. Like, there's some people that aren't even like cosplayers, like they have like a, oh, this is my handle or whatever, and they're just like, yo, I'm Steve. McCree Rainer, USA. Mercy, BB, Mexico. White people happy. Lassie and the Murloc. Dude, I feel like, you know, like some parents. Some parents, they just like make their kids dress up in like stupid outfits and they take pictures of them like when they're like a year old. I feel like it's just the same thing. Like, these same people are gonna put little costumes and play dress up with their kids and make them take a bunch of stupid, embarrassing pictures that they're gonna show them when they're like 16 to all their friends. It's the same people.
I told you, I've been wearing nothing but pajamas for about a year. It's getting hot. However, I do want to say a huge thank you to all the amazing entrants to our exhibition, incredible costumes, and easily one of my favorite parts of every year here at BlizzCon.
And now, my friends, it is time. The award,
yeah, but when they become 30, they appreciate it.
Cosplay Best
Fair,
in
actually.
Show will go to one of the 4 cosplay category winners and help us present the award all the way from France. Here is Zerator.
Salut à tous, je m'appelle Adrien, mais je suis connu sur internet sous le nom de Zerator et je viens de France. Cette année a été très particulière pour moi puisque j'ai beaucoup streamé à cause du Covid et évidemment de tout ce qui en est ressorti par rapport à l'urgence sanitaire. Il s'est passé quelque chose de très particulier pour moi puisque j'ai organisé un raid pour la première fois de ma vie dans un hôtel avec 20 joueurs. WoW, c'est vraiment mon jeu de cœur, j'adore y jouer et on s'est retrouvés pendant 2 semaines malgré l'urgence sanitaire mais en respectant les mesures et les gestes barrières dans un hôtel à 20 pour les 2 semaines de raid mythique au château de Catherine, qui est juste derrière moi d'ailleurs.
Which is behind me, by the way. It was a real joy for us. It was almost every MMO player's dream. To be with the 20 guild members in person in a hotel for 2 weeks. To play like crazy. We managed to progress a bit in the raid, even though we weren't pros, but we did our best, and that still wasn't bad. Afterwards, we rubbed baby oil all over each other and decided to wrestle. We played a game of King of the Hill. The winner would become the new guild leader. There were already plenty of followers, and today, nearly 10-15 years later, there's still lots of followers, so I'm very happy. Today, I'm very proud to represent France and Europe across World of Warcraft, my stream, and this video. Thanks to Blizzard's confidence in me. And now, selected from the finalists of the 4 cosplay categories.
Here is the winner for this year's Best in Show.
Barbarian Leader and Ira cosplay. Winner of Weapons and Armor. This was really good. This is really, really good. This was so sick. This is my favorite one. Winner of Blizzard character cosplay. This is probably my favorite one overall. This was so sick, dude. Arthas Metal the Lich King. Winner of traditional cosplay. I thought the other Arthas was a little bit better. Still good, I just thought the other one was better. Oh, this was crazy too. There were a lot of really good ones. From Trinidad and Tobago, winner of Modern Creation. Queen Neptune the Tidehunter. Winner of Best in Show. Nice. Very good. Man, such a bad hello.
And that's it for our BlizzCon line community showcase. Congratulations to Hartigan for winning the cosplay Best in Show contest. Hartigan!
Hartigan! Well done.
And thank you, Matt, for joining me. Every year, every time that I get to spend with you is more special than I can possibly say.
Oh, make me blush. It's truly the honor is mine. I've been coming to BlizzCon since it started, and being able to share this space with you is always an absolute joy.
Thank you. And congratulations to all our finalists. And thank you to all the community members who participated in our showcase. And finally, thanks to all you watching at home. Look, friends, even though we're still staying safe by playing a part together,
Stay safe TV.
Hopefully, if we're lucky, we'll see you sooner than later at our next BlizzCon. Until then, I'm Darren.
And I'm Matt.
Stay safe. We love you! Mwah!
Okay, so after this, there's a little bit of like...
Dolby is a proud partner of BlizzCon Line. Watch Shock versus the World in Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos, only in the Dolby Access app.
I don't know about Soda and Greek chat.
Refreshment of BlizzCon
Some of you guys came in here. I don't know what happened. I'm sure whatever it is going to get handled, and it is not, and it is going to get handled.
My career in the video game industry has spanned over 20 years. My first job in the business was a QA tester. It was kind of a fluky thing where I was in between jobs and I saw...
Okay, so this is what I would like to do, chat. So chat, Mr. GM, our buddy Mr. GM is doing he got a chance to do an interview, kind of like we did at BlizzCon the last time we went. He's getting a chance to do an interview with the devs about Burning Crusade. So he recorded it. He wasn't allowed to do it live, but he recorded it, and he's now streaming the video. So it's with John Haidt and Brian Birmingham. So, Trabolsky, thank you for the 10 months. Thank you, dude. So, I talked to Mr. GM last night a little bit before I went to bed.
How do you feel about Blizz charging to
about like
import
some
a
questions
character
and
to
stuff like
TBC
that?
while keeping a copy on vanilla?
I was lying about typing up and down and stuff, and actually.
So you guys should go follow Mr. GM. He's a good buddy. So.
An exclamation mark play doesn't do anything either. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Yeah, I got a chance to do a nice interview, and you guys, we're gonna watch that. So, Chad, I don't know what happened. It's gonna get handled. Thudston, thank you for the 10 months. Thank you, Thudston. Import a character to be about keeping copy on vanilla. Oh, how do I feel about the charge? I think it should be a courtesy to the players. I don't think they should charge for it. I think a good compromise would be if they did one free. I think they should do one free. That's what I think. Oh, that's true. Chat, we did not see a jailer. I forgot about the prediction. Chat, we did not see a jailer. Choose outcome. Will the jailer show up? No. We did not see a jailer.
Yo.
Yeah, the swatting thing is very, very, very serious, and anybody who does that and thinks they're funny, they're not gonna think it's funny for long, because I'm pretty sure you can go to jail for that. And it's very, very dangerous. These morons might think it's funny, and that's why they call, and they're like, oh, look at me, I pulled a prank. They're not going to think it's funny when they're in jail. Like, people have literally died because of swatting and because of mistakes that have happened. John and Cheryl, thank you for the 9 months. Thank you, dude. They could have already. Yeah, I mean, if the dog gets aggressive, then they have to. I mean, that's how it works, right? Like, who knows what's gonna happen?
Woot, much love. Type Poggies.
Hello?
Hello.
Wow. Amazing. Look at that. Look at that camera.
Oh,
so beautiful. Hang on, I messed up. Hold up, boys.
Let's go.
NVIDIA broadcaster, don't debate me. Late? Look, come on. Alright, what's up, guys? So, a few things. Number one. Can Alador watch it? Yeah, of course he can. Anyone can watch the stream, guys. Anyone.
Chat, make sure to go follow Mr.
A few
GM.
things before we begin.
He's a friend of the show.
This
Friend of
literally
Class
happened an hour ago, right? So we weren't allowed to stream it. So the interview's done, right? I'm literally just sitting here. This is already done, right? I know the answers, boys. I know what happens. So I'm just going to play it for you guys. That's what I'm going to do. I wanted to debut it on stream. I'll upload it to YouTube afterwards.
Thank you guys for the subs. Here, before he gets started, I'm going to do another ad to make sure that we got full hour.
I am annoyed at myself
real quick
for missing some questions and kind of getting on a tangent about some stuff. I didn't realize some of the stuff happened.
Khaleesi, thank you for the 1 year. Thank you, Khaleesi. Good to see you.
But yeah, anyway, you guys aren't here to listen to me ramble, guys. You ready? Thank you. Before we begin, because I'm just going to probably end it afterwards. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the follows. You guys frickin' rock. And guys, thank you very much. And enjoy the interview. We are here with John Height and Brian Birmingham here to talk about Burning Crusade Classic, which was announced yesterday. Yeah, hi guys, how you doing?
I'm doing great.
And I just want to start by saying thank you. I was so happy to see it. I love Classic, and Burning Crusade is just... That was, I don't know, something about Burning Crusade, like how exciting it was as like the first expansion of World of Warcraft is just such an amazing experience. And I'm looking forward to diving back in for sure.
I totally agree with you. I feel like it's one of those things where you've just had so much fun in World of Warcraft, and all of a sudden it's like, oh my gosh, there's going to be all kinds of new stuff to do. Like I get to do, like take my character who I've been working on and improving, and do all kinds of new exciting things with them in this otherworldly, like floating islands in space kind of place. So it's really cool to go to someplace that's just so like visually distinctive and has so many cool memories for all of us.
Yeah, all the visual, you know, each zone is so different from one another. You know, starting off with Hellfire and, you know, the crazy battles that'll happen underfoot of the Fell Reavers, branching your way into the, you know, wild giant mushrooms and marsh of Zangarmarsh.
Yeah, I think that's...
I mean, it's and I agree with you, Brian. I mean, the really crazy, you know, Nether Storm and the glass domes containing all that lush foliage. It looks like something out of a sci-fi movie.
Oh, I know, and I know one of your favorites is like the Sporgar, and underneath the giant mushrooms of Zangarmarsh is also really cool.
Gotta get ripped with the little Sporgar. You know?
Yeah.
Gotta have your little mushroom pet. They're super important.
Yeah, it's so funny. John and I have done so many of these. We're now talking about each other's favorite things.
Love it. You just already know the answers. I guess talking about like the development of Burning Crusade and things like that, one thing that was kind of thrown around in the community for a long time was the idea of Classic Plus. So I guess my first question would be, obviously, you did decide on doing Burning Crusade, but was the idea of Classic Plus ever thrown about in like a serious regard, or is that something you've ever considered, or how?
I mean, we've heard that off and on from the community. Honestly, the loudest cry was for Burning Crusade. We started hearing that as soon as we announced Classic. So we're going to keep listening. We're extremely grateful and excited about the size of the Classic community. I mean, we had no idea that it was going to be this big and that people were going to be as dedicated as they are. And to this day, there's still a lot of people in there, happy with the number of people who've run through Naxxramas and, hit level 60.
Chat, that's Mr. Jam right there. I said earlier to follow him.
Like they told us the majority told us that they really wanted to go to Burning Crusade, and that's why that's the default option. But let's see what happens. First, let's get Burning Crusade out.
Yeah.
Let's see where people want to go next.
Yeah, I think exactly. I think Burning Crusade's dope. It's just natural progression, really. A lot of people like that expansion. Like as soon as you guys announced it, Twitter just blew up. Everyone was like, "Yes, finally!" It's so so near and dear to everyone, I think.
We don't want to rule anything out, but this one seemed like if we didn't do this, there would be so many people disappointed. This was such an expectation for people like who have been preparing for. Honestly, like there's been people who, even though we haven't announced it, we're just assuming, right? Like, of course we're going to go to Burning Crusade. They've been preparing for this. Like it's a kind of a joke in the one of the most famous lines in Warcraft cinematic history, right? You are not prepared. And they're like, well, this time we're prepared. So they've been preparing since we launched Classic, just hoping that we would make this announcement. So we're really glad to be able to give them what they've been asking for.
It is interesting, actually. Yeah, just like a lot of Classic people, like since the start, have been like, right, I'm going to need this in Burning Crusade. Like, there's literally no announcement. They're like, I know. So with the development of Classic, obviously it was based off of the 1.12 data, like the class changes and everything like that, right? So with Burning Crusade, I feel, I'm assuming, I don't know, like, is it going to be based off of 2.4, or is it going to be progressively kind of developing from like 2.0 to 2.1 or whatever? With like the base of it.
The first one you said, we're going to start with the latest patch, 2.43, I believe was the last patch of Burning Crusade. And so we're going to start with that one and use that as our baseline. That's because we really want to do is start with a set of changes that we felt like the designers at the time felt were reasonably balanced. That was like the best iteration of the Burning Crusade systems that we have, much like 1.12 was the best iteration of the Classic systems that we have. There was a little bit of miscommunication around like whether or not we could have gone to earlier patches of Classic, and we could have. We do have some of that old data as well for earlier patches. Some of the very, very earliest was overwritten, but most of them were actually still around. And so we were actually able to like pull from those things to do some of the things that we did unlock progressively over time, like the various itemization changes of like where things dropped in the world in Classic. And we're going to do the same kind of thing with 2.43.
It doesn't erase Titan's Grip was,
where that's our starting point, but we do have the earlier patches to draw from for things that we want to make unlock progressively over time. And the big change there for Burning Crusade is that the thing that they changed progressively over time a lot was actually raid difficulty.
True.
They would have a raid that came
a huge
out with a really hard state because they were kind of following on that increasingly difficult trajectory from Naxxramas in Classic and going into even harder and harder content. And then as they saw that people were struggling with it, they would progressively nerf it over time so you could get through the early stuff and into the later stuff. But we want to give players another chance to experience those really hard first passes of things. And so we're going to launch things initially in a kind of pre-nerf state.
I hope they would do the same thing for Classic Fresh.
Over time, we'll also unlock the progressive nerfs to things.
How do you think that's going to go? Do you think they're going to get it down?
Oh, absolutely. I think our players are just so skilled and experienced these days. Like we could see this. That was the big thing that they designed these really complicated and difficult mechanics, and then people are still able to chew through them relatively quickly. And so I think it would be foolish of us to expect that anybody would really like struggle with things that are known mechanics that people have been practicing for years. Like you can still see and experience those with in modern WoW. You could solo many of these dungeons and see what the mechanics are. So people know what they are and they can prepare for them. And it really is a matter of being prepared for things makes such a difference in whether or not you go in. This is why it's a learning curve when you do new raids in World of Warcraft, is that you go in there and when you start out, it's not just the gear that you get in there that drops and makes your character more powerful. It's the player's knowledge and experience that makes them able to defeat raids faster and faster over time. And so when they go back to a raid that they did 15 years ago, of course they're going to start with an advantage. Of course they're going to crush it. And we're excited to see that, and also excited to see them bring their friends along and teach their friends who maybe didn't get a chance to experience it the first time. Hey, here's this cool boss. It's really fun. Like, let's learn this mechanics together. I can teach you. I can help you learn it.
Yeah, I think that's what's so good about Classic, just being able to go back and actually experience it like that. So obviously, as you said, it's based off the 2.4.3. I guess specific things from that patch. One comes to mind is mounting at level 30 was introduced in 2.4.3. Would that be something?
That's a good point. I actually couldn't remember if we had done that specific change. I think it probably, since we did start with the 2.4.3 data, that's probably what it says right now.
Yeah.
I haven't actually looked to see if that's in there, but in general, we did make a number of improvements to speed up the leveling process throughout Burning Crusade, and we do intend to.
I don't remember if that was rather.
So it seems to me like that would be consistent with that. If 2.4.3 is the one that introduced mounting at level 30, we should probably have that for Burning Crusade as well. Like, there were other experience curves were adjusted in I think patch 2.3, and we want to have the later versions of those. So if you're trying to level up in Burning Crusade, it is tuned to catch you up to Burning Crusade.
Yeah.
And that's kind of consistent with our philosophy. If you want to see that old original level up curve, we still have that in Classic Era. You can still choose to level there if you want to and experience the zones at that pacing. And I mean, personally, I really love that. But if you're trying to play Burning Crusade, you probably want to catch up to players who are playing Burning Crusade. So you want to have offerings that help you do that.
Yeah, I mean, the only changes really to the classic leveling was obviously the speed in Burning Crusade, and I think there's Swamposaurus. There was a Draenei randomly thrown in there somewhere. I think that was pretty much all there was there. Another thing, I guess, from 2.4.3 is attunements, raid attunements. Is that still going to be... Because I believe they were either removed or changed in 2.4.3?
That's a really good call out, actually, because those are another things we want to kind of bring back the kind of pre-nerf state of, is the raid attunements, and make sure that people do have to do those raid attunements, at least for the tier that is active, or is top of the tier right now. So what we're kind of thinking right now is, as an example, the Karazhan quest chain to get attuned to Karazhan was this elaborate quest chain that sent you all around the world through all kinds of heroic dungeons and trying to free prisoners from Alcatraz and go back in time in Black Morass and even meet Medivh. And that's a really cool story element we kind of want to bring back as part of getting into Karazhan. And so we are going to bring that back as a requirement for everybody to go to Karazhan when Karazhan first comes out at launch. But later, as we release the other tiers, it'll make a little more sense to say, okay, well, you could zone into Karazhan as long as somebody has the key to unlock the gate.
That's a very, very important
And then maybe
thing.
the attunement part of it is gone, but there's still the gate is closed, and as long as someone in your raid has the key, or honestly just a passerby, you can get the gate open, run through the portal. And then similarly with the other tier attunements, we want to bring back some level of, hey, you can attune for it as the tier is active and get through. I think though there were the very first version of attunement, some of them were particularly challenging in terms of maybe punishing is even the right word, because it was only one person from your raid will get attuned. And I was like, well, that doesn't seem quite right. We've kind of feels like everybody can get attuned together. And so we'll probably do it more like that, which is with that part of it was changed pretty quickly. And we'll make sure that the attunements are definitely part of there. There are charts on the internet, they're great, flow charts showing this is the attunement chain for Burning Crusade. And so we definitely wouldn't want to take that away. It's definitely part of the nostalgia, part of the memory of what Burning Crusade was to have those.
Yeah, absolutely.
Carry keys around again.
We do have the key ring though.
That was so annoying they didn't put that in at launch.
Huge quality of life improvement was the key ring.
That's true. I think it actually officially launched in 1.11, and so people were really pressuring us for Classic, you got to put that back in. And initially we launched without it, but we did put it back in since it was consistent with our philosophy.
My Classic character thanks you. I've got my key to Searing Gorge, and I'm keeping it forever.
Absolutely.
So you announced that obviously TBC is going to be, you're not going to buy TBC, right? You're not going to repurchase Burning Crusade. It's going to be included in the sub. One thing I was curious about is collector's editions, right? It was one of the, you got obviously the pet, I think it was a Netherwing at the time or something like that. If I remember back. Yeah, the original collector's edition, yeah. I know in Classic, if you had the collector's edition, you could still get the, was it Diablo pet and some other stuff, I think it is.
Diablo, a Zergling, or a Panda. You actually got a choice for one per character can get one of those.
Yeah. Is that something you're probably going to bring back in, I suppose?
That's certainly the intent. I know, like, one of the tricks is like the way we store some of those licenses has changed over time, and so it was a challenge to even like do the thing for the original Classic Edition. But it is something we feel like is important to honor. If you got the Collector's Edition at the time, we want to make it possible for you to get the Collector's Edition award that you got at the time. And so we're going to do some effort to try to see if we could detect that same license the way it used to be recorded on your account. And if we could detect that you originally bought the Burning Crusade Collector's Edition, then we'll try to give you the original Burning Crusade Collector's
that's kind of cool.
We might change the delivery method a little bit. It's like we want to try to make sure that like, it turns out that delivering things through the mail is not the best way to do it, and that's how we delivered it back at the time. The original Classic one, where it like starts in your character's inventory, works just fine. Like you make a new character, it's in your inventory, that one's great. Delivering it by the mail has some problems associated with it, so we'll probably do a different distribution method.
Yeah, we have a new license system which we would adopt, but I think if I understand your full question, I think what Brian's talking about is a desire to potentially honor the people that originally got that.
Yes,
in terms of, would we bring back that exact collector's edition? We're still TBD on what some of the offerings will be for Burning Crusade. But as you pointed out, you'll be able to, with your base subscription, you'll have access now to 3 games: Modern WoW, Burning Crusade, and WoW Classic.
Awesome. I guess to kind of bounce off of that, you don't have to answer this, but there was 2 encrypted Phoenix mounts in the patch 9.0.5 data, and I was very curious about that, if they're involved in Burning Crusade.
Did you say encrypted Phoenix what?
Mounts. There was 2 encrypted Phoenix mounts, the Sapphire, I don't know what it's called, and the Fireplume Phoenix. I was curious if they were Burning Crusade related.
Well, maybe I'm answering by saying I don't know actually anything about this. I'm unaware. Maybe John knows more than I do, but I'm unaware of what those are or what they're for.
Again, we haven't talked about what future unlocks might look like. Data mining is always a perilous endeavor. Just because something might be out there, you think something's out there, doesn't mean you'll ever really see it.
Yeah, I guess that's how it is. So, technical question. I love finding out how, like, one of my favorite panels from, I think it was last BlizzCon, was the one where you spoke about how, how Classic was made, right? So it was based off of the Battle for Azeroth client, right? It was the 112 day, you kind of merged it, and all sorts of craziness happened there. And with that, you obviously had residual things like new shadows and new water and things like that came along with it. So here's one for you, which is, will it be based off the Shadowlands client, and will it have ray tracing shadows?
Oh, that is a really good question. I can't speak specifically to ray tracing shadows, but in general, yes, we will have it based off the Shadowlands client. That's at least the intention right now.
Yep.
We're working really hard to do that. That's one of the things that is a challenge, is trying to merge in all of our latest changes. We actually, believe it or not, shipped off of the... Oh, no, I'm sorry. You said Battle for Azeroth. That's correct. Yeah, it was. We originally had, I think, the Legion 735 for our BlizzCon demo. So a lot of people thought that was what we shipped on, but we did actually upgrade to the 801 code for, like, the baseline underlying infrastructure. So it's actually been a challenge from an engineering level to figure out, like, where those lines are that divide between a system that is, like, fundamental to, like, how the game runs and operates at, like, hey, this is what works on the hardware, this is what can ship in our cloud infrastructure, right? And balance that against, like, well, this is the part that defines the gameplay systems, and that should be different, right? And so we want to be able to upgrade all those systems that that support, like, modern hardware and make sure that those things are all up to date, while also differentiating the 2 gameplay systems, so that there's a place where we can say, like, oh, this implementation of, like, the combat formula is done in code, and we have to have different code for combat formulas in Classic than we do in Modern WoW, or now in Burning Crusade. There's changes there too.
Awesome, thank you for answering that. It's awesome.
Yeah.
So with the Classic era realms, obviously they're going to be in phase 6, right? They're going to be the Shadow of Necropolis patch. Is there any possible future for fresh Classic realms starting at phase 1?
Possibility?
We don't want to start off I think it's important that as we move people to Burning Crusade, and some people decide that they want to stay with Classic, we let that settle down. I think the right timing, if we do a fresh start realm, will be,
they want to do fresh after Burning Crusade.
Effectively, Burning Crusade is going to be new for everyone, and yes, there'll be some people moving their level 60 character in, but we want to make sure that those communities on the onset are vibrant. There's a lot of people to play with.
that's
have
a
a hard
good
time
idea.
getting a group together.
It's not dumb.
And then as time
I'll
goes
explain why
on and
later.
more people have come in and more people, have gone through the content or reached max level, then we'd consider opening up a fresh starts.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Of course, if the demand is as crazy as it was in Classic, we might be compelled to open up new realms.
Yeah, I mean, since you mentioned about like technical challenges too, like that is an additional technical challenge. Of course, it's like we have the ability to turn the content on and off in Classic, but like scheduling and making sure that that's automatic and not something that requires like a deploy schedule and calling people in to do that work is additional work to integrate from our modern code base. And so that's the kind of stuff that it may seem like it's trivial, but there's actually a lot of work that goes behind doing these things. And so that's why our focus right now is on Burning Crusade.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess sticking with the Classic era realms, so I guess is it going to? My example that I gave on my question is, so say for example there's Pagel right now, Pagel NA.
Sure.
That's going to progress into Pagel TBC, right? That's going to be Burning Crusade.
Yes.
Will there be a Pagel that's staying in Classic? Will there be a literal clone of that realm, or will there be like a whole new list
I feel like they're going to need to merge
Classic era realms?
It should feel like it's the same realm. Like in actual practice, like the hardware that it's running on, the database that's supporting it is actually becoming the Burning Crusade one.
Right.
But then we will stand up a new Pagel on the new Classic era realms, and so you'll find it under Pagel in your character list. We want that because we don't want you to feel like you're lost looking for your character. If you say I want to clone my character on Pagel into Classic era, or even just play it there only, right? I only want to play it there. We want you to be able to find that by just launching the Classic era client in Battle.net and selecting Pagel from the realm list and finding your characters right there where you left them. That said, like we might have most of the population moving to Burning Crusade, and we may need to do something to solve the population combinations. But we have technologies that we've used in the past for managing that. And we can
I think I know. I have an idea what they might do.
Awesome, thank you. So I asked the community about what the Classic community, what they were most curious about, and the number one thing was leatherworking drums.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. We haven't called that one out specifically, but it's definitely on our radar. I know, like, we have certainly been listening to the community complaining about this, or worrying about this, I guess I should really say, leading up to the Burning Crusade announcement. As everybody assumed we would probably do this, they've been saying, like, but you've got to do something about those drums. And we looked into it, and yeah, we definitely want to make some change there.
Yeah.
We want to adjust them in some way so it doesn't feel like everybody who wants to be like maximally,
Mr. GM and I talked about this last night.
Has to go leatherworking. That feels bad when like it basically gets down to like it's a party-wide buff. It lasts for enough time with a cooldown of enough time with no like shared cooldown or debuff that you could have. I think it's either 4 or even all 5 members of your party like doing a rotation of drums so that everybody has to have leatherworking to do that. It's like, okay, well that's ridiculous. So we're going to do some kind of minor adjustment there to make it so that it doesn't feel compulsory for literally everyone to do it. That said, like it's a similar thing where engineering is a really powerful profession in Classic, and we do want to kind of leave that as a powerful profession that has a great advantage. And so we are going to leave leatherworking drums in the game with probably a slight change to make it so that you want to bring
they'll put a
leatherworkers
debuff.
And you want to bring more than one of them, but maybe you don't need to bring 25 of them.
Yeah.
They might put a debuff.
Yeah, I guess that kind of comes under the some changes, right? So obviously you guys
Right.
did say about like some changes that you're willing to do. I mean, how far does that go? Like, do we... I don't know, like I know some people who come from retail to Classic, they're like, oh, can you add the Dungeon Finder and things like that? Like, I'm assuming that's something that... Obviously there was a Dungeon Finder in Burning Crusade, but I mean to the extent of, how it is right now.
The Dungeon Finder actually, it was more like a group finder, and honestly, like it was something that like we have struggled with over time is to try to make that really good. And obviously, like we don't really feel like we got it great until more recently. And so yeah, the Burning Crusade version of that, much like the Classic version of that, doesn't really feel like it's worth trying to chase. So and honestly, we feel like that actually drove a lot of that social friction that causes you to reach out and find other people. When it's not trivial to find other people, then you actually want to make a relationship with the people you do find. When you're like questing in an area and you see someone nearby, maybe you want to find a way to cooperate with them, like invite them to your party, and now we can share these kills. And it's because it's more difficult, and they're more precious when you find them. So we don't feel like it would be important to include the group finder. especially not like the dungeon finder with the auto teleport that kind of makes it like auto match made teleport you to the dungeon. We feel like that is antithetical to Classic, even though it's really cool to have.
I think they should have the TBC version of the dungeon finder.
Like, do that to make sure you can squeeze in the dungeon over lunch. That's kind of awesome. So we want to make sure that there's a distinction between those offerings where.
Oh, okay, so that's probably what they're doing.
If you want that social friction, you can find that in Classic. So we definitely want to keep like the broad, authentic character of Classic while still making targeted fixes for things that are real problems.
Yeah, so it's like kind of just like tweaks, I guess.
We have a bit less than 10 minutes.
Less than 10 minutes?
Yeah.
That's all right, I've only got a few left anyway. So yeah, I guess that's, that makes sense, right? So there's like, it's some changes, but it's not sweeping changes,
It's, no, of course, yeah. I think it's really been educational having Classic to lean back on, where we were like rooted in this no changes philosophy, even though we feel like maybe that went just a little too far. It was good to have that as an anchor to kind of keep us grounded and not feeling like we were redesigning a whole new game. We really want it to be the authentic thing that captures the feeling of playing in that era. And we really feel like we got it with Classic, and just a slight adjustment to make a few more targeted changes to kind of make it feel like it fits right and cleans up some of the lingering issues.
Yeah, so with was it patch 1.13.7? I think is the one on the PTR at the moment, the one with spell batching changes.
It is on PTR at the moment.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, that's the
I
one.
still feel like there needs to be a small batch.
Well, obviously, that is some changes, right? Obviously, and a lot of people are very happy about it.
Things are modified
across the board. It seems
based on individual spells and how their interactions work.
So I guess so obviously you're making changes to Burning Crusade. Would you consider changes to Classic in the future to make it a better experience for players, or like
potentially
some bits?
Like you mentioned, like spell batching is one of the kinds of things that we might consider. We've also talked about things like, is it appropriate to leave Diamond Flask how it is? And this is another one that we've talked about a lot. Obviously, that was brought up very early on, and we decided to leave it alone for Classic. And that one,
I can explain why batching works.
There's occasionally, discussions about like what really is appropriate, and we definitely want the Classic era servers to feel supported. We don't want to be radical here because, again, like people are there because that was the experience they wanted. So we want to make sure that if we do make changes, it feels like something that we will get an overwhelmingly positive response from. If they're really kind of on the fence, then we get worried about them because we don't want to let that community down and make them feel like it's not what they were asking for.
I think what we've heard from the community even from the onset is that some of the difficulty of Classic is what is contributing to making the community stronger. There is no easy way for me to find a group to jump in and do a dungeon or a raid with. I have to spend some time in chat and listen and interact with people and that expending effort means that I have a stronger investment in the outcome. And it does take more time, that's why I think we actually have two separate communities now between Modern WoW and Classic, so that we can serve that aspect and the tastes of those two communities.
Yeah,
we have time for one more question.
One more question. Oh my goodness.
Transco, that argument doesn't make any sense. I'll explain a little bit.
Let me have a quick look. So, all right, we'll go with this one. Okay, so during Classic's development, obviously you guys came out originally with the phase system, and you had like a long list of phases and whatnot. And now now you guys have announced a new list of phases for Burning Crusade. I've seen some feedback on Twitter. I'm sure you guys have as well on various bits and pieces. Is that something that is potentially, could be adjusted, from community feedback from beta?
Absolutely.
The thing is, we did this content's done, so it's not like we have to wait for something to be built before we can roll it out.
Right.
So we do have, within reason, we do have some ability to pull things forward or push things back depending on the readiness of the community.
Yeah, and so I think one of the things that we kind of caught ourselves after we made the announcement was, oh man, maybe we actually don't want Arena Season delayed. We probably want Arena Season 1 coming out with Karazhan. So
yeah, I think that makes a lot more sense.
Already planning to make, even after announcing it yesterday, is we'll probably change the Arena Season.
Makes a lot
so
more
that it
sense.
Matches more
we
with,
talked about that
the
yesterday.
Appropriate gear level that came out with it. So probably Arena Season 1 alongside Karazhan instead of what we initially announced, and probably skipping an Arena Season change when Zul'Aman comes out.
Perfect. Thank you very much. That's actually, that answered two of my questions on that one, so amazing.
Awesome.
It's Mr. GM. Mr. GM is the...
Glad we got you 2 for 1 on the last question.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. I appreciate the time.
Awesome.
And,
Thanks so much.
Really, really cool. So have a fantastic evening or afternoon, I guess it is for you guys. So yeah.
Yeah, indeed. You too.
Take care, guys.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
I think that was good. That was really, really good by Mr. GM. Really, really good.
Yo. Thank you very much, guys.
Question about drums?
Yeah,
what are you talking about? You specifically mentioned drums.
Absolute trash. Lovely. All right, thank you very much, guys. I'll see you later. I'm gonna upload that to YouTube. You can check it out. And yeah, thanks for being so lovely.
Okay.
Oh dear. All right. See you later, boys.
So, yeah, that was Mr. GM. That was Mr. GM. You guys should go follow him on Twitch. So, I think there was a lot of good that came out of that. I think it kind of helped clarify some things. I do feel pretty strongly about the whole arena situation. I do think that Phase 1 should have Arena Season 1. I know that it's a higher item level technically than the Karazhan tier, but the way that the stats and stuff are allocated doesn't necessarily make it better for PvE. Right, so you could get some PvP gear to use in PvE, but it's very stamina heavy. It's got resilience, stuff like that. The big thing that I got out of that was drums. They have decided to officially address drums and say, hey, we are going to do something about this. I think it's more than likely that they are going to do a. I think it's more than likely that they are going to do some sort of a debuff on it. Candace, thank you for getting this up to Nima. Thank you. Rip Banshee, thank you for the 5 months. Guys, thank you for the subs and resubs. I'll explain Seal of Blood in a second. They are gonna keep attunements, get rid of attunements later on. That probably makes sense. I mean, that's what they did back in the day, right? I think them getting rid of drums, not really getting rid of drums, but nerfing drums is a big deal. I do think that's important. They talk about paladins a little bit, but I mean, it's already said and done. Dual spec. You guys asking about dual spec? There's already too many problems with people having too much gold in Classic WoW. There's too many problems with people having too much gold in Classic WoW. I don't think they're going to add a dual spec. I don't even know if it's a good idea. I would say it's probably not a good idea, to be honest, because there needs to be some form of gold sync, right? Gold syncs are in the game for a reason. Like, personally, would I benefit from a dual spec? Abso-freaking-lutely. Why? Because I'm always doing that. I'm always respeccing. I would 100% benefit from it on a personal level. But from a game design perspective, they need to add a gold sync, right? Dual spec costs 1k gold. Sure, but look at this. So if a respec is 50 gold, right? So that's 20, right? It's 20 respecs. So yeah, for a lot of people who respec a lot, it is a good deal. And it's still a gold sync in a way. I understand. I just think having a more consistent boom, 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 having that gold sync consistently there, I think is a big deal. Dual spec lets you swap specs depending on the fight, which is huge. Having to port respec for fights is annoying. Yeah, it's annoying, but like that actually is part of the game, right? And it's also a part of the economy. It makes sense. I get it. It's annoying to visit the trainer to respec. I understand. But from a design perspective, it does not make sense. Respec is 20 gold in TBC? No, I believe it's 50. I don't think they made it cheaper. They wouldn't have made it. I don't remember it being less than 50. I remember it being 50 gold. Yeah, it still is 50 gold. Which, by the way, 50 gold is less valuable than in Burning Crusade than it is in Classic because everybody just has more gold in the later expansions. Which they're just botting gold selling. Yeah, but I don't think that was going to happen, right? They're probably not going to talk about that in an interview like that. It's 20 on some private servers. Yeah, that's probably why people are getting confused. But 50G and TBC is like 10 gold. It's probably like 30 gold. I don't know. Like, if you think you need a gold sync, you could do something else. It makes literally no sense to not do dual spec with a gold sync. How does it make no sense? So you're saying that they should add another feature in the game that makes people burn their gold. That doesn't make sense. What gold syncs are, they're things that like basically deletes money from the economy, right? Like An epic flying mount deletes 5,000 gold from the economy because it goes to a vendor, right? Like having to buy things from vendors with gold, that helps balance things. It makes no sense just because he disagrees. Yeah. I think you should have a gold cap. Like, it's already going to be ridiculous. I don't think dual spec is a good idea. The only way dual spec is put into the game and it addresses the problem of gold sync is if they make it way more expensive, right? Like you're saying 1,000 gold. What if they made it like freaking 5,000 gold? Gold is a huge mess in Classic right now. I agree. Mr. GM, what's up, dude? Thank you for the raid, man. Thank you so much, dude. Dude, that was a really, really good interview, by the way. You did a really, really good job. I would pay 3K at most for dual spec. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, if they did add dual spec, it would have to be super ridiculously expensive. If you had more time, that's always how it goes. Yeah, that's always how it goes. What about some sort of cooldown between the respecs? I don't remember if there is. You could increase repair costs slightly to account for it. It's not that hard. That is something that could happen, by the way. Increasing the cost of repairs is something they could do to try and basically just delete gold from the economy. That's not a terrible idea. On private servers, they gave Alliance free respects and Seal of Blood, and it's still Horde dominated. Yeah, Horde population imbalance on private servers is a big issue, and it's for a number of reasons, right? There's a number of reasons that that's the case. One of which is whenever you make a fresh server and it's you either go Horde or Alliance, a lot of people end up going Horde for the Blood Elves, right? And Blood Elves racials are so good, Blood Elf Paladins, all that stuff. So a lot of private servers, they were like, okay, we need to give Alliance Seal of Blood to try and counterbalance it, right? Oftentimes Horde still has higher imbalance, and that's because you start at level 1. Like a TBC fresh will almost always have like heavy Horde imbalance. Now, in the ecosystem of Blizzard, not private servers, there's a lot of people that came to WoW Classic who are not from the private server community. And in the private server community, I think more people played Alliance a little bit. But on Blizzard, in the Blizzard retail WoW community, a lot more people play Horde. That's why you saw in Vanilla Classic, you saw a lot more people playing Horde initially. It balanced out a lot after the fact, like almost 2 years down the road. It's balanced out a whole lot. But initially, you did see a huge population imbalance in favor of Horde. Because that's what they associate themselves. Hey, have a great day. God bless you. Thank you, man. Thank you, GA7. Buying the TCG from a vendor can make a good gold sing in Classic TBC. Otherwise, I can't see how the TCG and I can't see how to get the TCG, and I think it's really nice in a utility gold sing. What do you think? And well, it just makes it less special. I don't think they would add anything like that. TBC Dungeon Finder. There was a Dungeon Finder in TBC, and it was not very good. It sounded like it wasn't a huge priority for them to put it in, but I actually do think they should put it in. I think it was added in a late patch. Was it not? What patch was it added? 2.3 or 2.4? No, 2.1. Players will now be asked. No. Oh, no, yeah, it was 2.0. A new looking for group tool designed to assist players in finding groups for instant dungeon quests will now be available. Nobody used this on Kel'Thuzad. I played on Kel'Thuzad since the end of vanilla. I don't remember anybody ever using this. Like, this kind of sucked. But, I do think it's something that's not bad to put into the game. I think it's something that's just fine. And in fact, I think it would be good. Because as the world expands, as the world expands of Warcraft, what ends up happening is basically that it gets harder to communicate with people. And it's already kind of bad in Classic, right? By the end of it. Natural, right? So especially for lower levels, people that are new to the game, people that are trying to level up a character fresh and they're trying to find dungeons, it helps a whole lot to be able to have a client, not a client, but an interface for you to be able to like search for people and whisper them and all that. I think it's fine. Did it not talk about professions? They did. Will it be possible to craft Storm Herald in Phase 1? That seems broken. Wasn't that the case back in the day? Storm Herald, Deep Thunder, and then Thunder. I think that how it worked was you made Thunder. Hello? Thunder was the name of the weapon, right? So you made Thunder, and then Thunder you would make into Deep Thunder, right? And then Deep Thunder would become Storm Herald. So you become a master hammersmith, axesmith, swordsmith, and then you get to make these specific weapons in Burning Crusade. Right, and you can see how they scale up, right? Thunder, 500 top end damage. Deep Thunder is 541, and then Storm Herald is a 579. And then their stats go up too, which effectively makes their damage higher. Hope you are doing well. More strength, more agility, more crit, whatever. So Thunder is all right. What's really good is Deep Thunder and Storm Herald because they give you a random chance to proc a 4-second stun. This is really, really, really powerful because it's on a separate DR. Let's say you're a paladin. This is on a separate DR than a targeted stun, than a control stun. So you can go Hammer of Justice, Deep Thunder proc. That's a 10-second stun right there. Now this is on the same DR as your Seal of Justice stuns. If you're doing any sort of Seal Twisting or Judgment Twisting of a Command Judgment into a Seal of Justice. Which I think they've already addressed, right? And this is kind of like my issue with them completely getting rid of batching. I think that if they get rid of batching completely, I think they have a global batch. They just put the whole game on a batch, and that's why batching is so bad in Classic, right? That, and it's too long. 400 milliseconds is way too long. 200 milliseconds is what it was on private servers. And I think 200 milliseconds is good. The problem is like the community was like batching. I talked about this beforehand. I said that I think I'm worried about it being too long, about Blizzard overcompensating because they're really oh, look, we did it. And then it ends up being bad, right? They said 400 milliseconds was the original batch time, but it's so bad. It's so long, and it should be 200. But if they do want to take everything off the batch, I think that's fine, but they need to add specific interactions for certain things, right? Such as the concept of seal twisting, which is that's part of the design of the class, right? Or judgment twisting. Which that's kind of like you judge Seal of Command, you switch to like Seal of Justice, and you have a short range stun. They did make a blue post saying they made an exception for Seal Twisting. That's what I just talked about. But I do think there's more things that should be addressed this way. The problem with batching, a lot of it comes from, oh, my heal didn't go off. Oh, I lay on hands somebody and it didn't go off, right? I Nature Swiftness healed someone, it didn't go off, but it used my cooldowns. That's bad, right? Chain Lightning, Elemental Mastery, guaranteed double crit. That's a really bad one, right? Shamans are hitting for 5k guaranteed at this point. So, yeah. Warriors with Mace Spec in this, yeah, it's pretty OP. Now, can somebody remind me, Warrior Mace Spec, is that on its own DR separate from Deep Thunder? Because there's a DR for controlled stuns, and there's a DR for random proc stuns. Is the Mace Spec its own as well, so they have 3 separate? Or does it share DR? Because I believe since it's a random proc stun, it should be sharing. But people were telling me that it was not. It was nerfed eventually, originally it was separate. Okay, I remember it being separate. Or I remember it being the same. Mace Spec does share DR. Okay. That's what I remember. Somebody was telling me the other day that it doesn't, and I'm like, okay, maybe I'm not remembering, because I was not a hammersmith in Burning Crusade, or blacksmith at all. Now, I think what I'm probably going to do, is I'm probably gonna go hammersmith and get a Deep Thunder as soon as I can. Now, people were saying if you can get Storm Herald in phase 1. Nether Vortexes. This is a good question. Because the Badges of Justice come from... They come from the Heroics. I was of the impression that they came from the tier 5 dungeons. So if tier 5's not in from the beginning. They do drop from the tier 5 bosses. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, so Storm Herald will not be in phase 1. That's what I remember. Vortex off badges was a later change. It was. I actually do remember that happening. I do remember being able to buy these eventually, but I remember them dropping in Servant Shrine Tempest Keep. What is the best profession for a guild as a whole? Well, they're fixing leatherworking, so it's not like everybody needs leatherworking, right? Yeah, so this is something they'll probably add. Based on everything that they've said so far, for example, like they have the current attunements, and then they want to later on, they'll keep the attunements and then get rid of the later attunements, or get the attunements later. It would make sense for them to eventually add these nether vortexes in as badge rewards. They might eventually do that, and I think that probably would be a good idea, just like they did back in the day. The more progressive that you can make the content and the release of certain things, the better. If engineering dies out for non-PvPers, I remember engineering was not as good in Burning Crusade. Because like even in PvP, like you couldn't use a lot of engineering in arenas. How are they fixing leatherworking? I think they're probably going to put a debuff. They didn't say, but they're probably going to put a debuff on it. Oh yeah, the goggles, the stealth goggles. Yeah. I mean, I think I will probably go Hammersmith and enchanting or jewel crafting, one or the other. You could use rocket boots in arena. Yeah, but you couldn't switch, right? Didn't they eventually make it to where you can't switch gear, or am I making that up? Why not the Lionheart? The stun is super OP for PvP, and also for like for a paladin, having that random proc stun can stop a heal, which is big. But also you can judge command off of it and do double damage. The other weapon is Lionheart, Executioner, Lionheart Champion. What was Lionheart Blade? That's right. So the other one is Lionheart, right? So Lionheart is a better weapon for PvE. It has chance on hit. You get a strength proc. Chance to resist fear is kind of nice, but I think it's 5%. I think this is a typo. I don't think it's 6%. I think these stats are a little bit wrong. Yeah, I think it was 105%. How important are pressures in TBC? They're good. They're still important. It's definitely a thing, chat. Definitely a decision to be made. Like, if you want to PvE more, if you want a little bit better weapon for PvE, Lionheart Champion's probably the way to go. I mean, 100 strength proc. You put a Crusader enchant on that, or a Mongoose enchant, right? You get more crit with all that agility and strength. But this gives you a ton of stamina. It's slower. The stun proc doesn't do you any good. Also, this fear resist could be good for PvE too, right? Because there's some fights that have a fear effect. Storm Herald is best for reds and PvE and PvP for ally. Not necessarily. For PvP, yes. For PvE, not necessarily. Because for PvE, this stun proc doesn't do anything. You're losing some itemization points to this. And then this 3.8 speed is nice. And it does increase your effective proc rate of Seal of Command, but now that you're getting Seal of Blood, that's not as much of an issue. Wait, can you guys not hear music? I know this might be game breaking, but what about a respawn, rare spawn Venom and Shadow spells can convert certain prize when those specific items become too expensive to use for gold farming? Could help keep inflation in check and remove gold from the economy by funneling it to the vendor and lowering the price of those items. That's not a bad idea. Off the cuff. Because it just deletes it and then it makes it to where people have to reduce their prices. You don't get Stormherald on a Red Paladin, DR on Hodge. I don't think it would DR with Hodge because the Stormherald is a random proc stun. Hodge is a casted stun. So they have separate DRs. Unless they change. Again, back in the day I wasn't a blacksmith. But I don't remember being the case. Maybe I'm wrong. Because there's two separate random proc stun and then whatever. Yeah, that guy's wrong. Now, let's look at this. Yo, chat, what's up, Fire Skulls? Iris Sun's feeling they literally didn't DR because fights were longer and you just saw a ton of procs. Yeah. Can you cover my shift at Best Buy tomorrow? I'm trying to push 2,400 in RPGs. No, I can't do that. I used to work at Best Buy. Okay, so they've gotten rid of batching on the PTR, right? So we're playing on the PTR right now. But they also they put in a fix for seal twisting. Now here's a problem, by the way. Oh, the game feels so different. Here's a problem. Vengeance is not affecting. Did they fix this? Vengeance is not affecting Seal of Command if you crit on the white crit and then crit on the white and then you have a Seal of Command right after. Which is that's a big deal. That's a big issue, chat.
Yo.
The Witcher song? Yeah, why is the Witcher song playing? I don't know. Keep it. Didn't know the fix for Vanish Immunes? Wasn't that based on bashing back in the day? That was a bug. So that the Vanish Immunes were never intended. Because I talked to somebody about... So it wouldn't surprise me if they just got rid of it altogether. Because that was something that was not intended. Somebody from Blizzard told me that. Like the seal stuff, like the seal twisting and whatnot was intended. But the Vanish Immunes were not intended. So I wonder if they're actually going to fix it because it wasn't intended. Wasn't intended, but they kept it forever. They couldn't fix it. They couldn't find out a way to fix it until like, I think it was Wrath or Kata, I don't remember. Can these guys get stunned? Okay. So, let's see. Let's see if this works. Okay, dodge. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. So Justice is not twisting into command. They said they fixed it, didn't they? Seal twisting was intended as much advantage. Quit being biased. I'm not being biased. I'm telling you what somebody at Blizzard specifically told me. It's not being biased. That's giving you facts. Hi, chat. Hi, chat. Okay, let's see. Okay, so Justice still definitely procs. Command. Oh yeah, people are saying you can seal twist command into command with 2 different ranks. That is nuts. And I don't, maybe I just didn't know back in the day, but I don't remember that being the case. That's probably a bug. But why are we not getting... Command into Justice is not happening, which is annoying. Because that's a big deal. You got a Command into Justice? You can twist Righteousness and Vengeance, Prop Pal, and Abyss TBS. And so I said it's okay. I don't remember it being worth it when I tried it years ago, but it's been like 15 years, right? So I don't quite remember. Maybe it might be different now. You can't twist with no more batching. No, they added a specific change to allow Paladins to still be able to twist. However... Also, it's really bad that Vengeance is not getting affected by Seal of Command. Or other way around, Seal of Command is not being affected by Vengeance. That's like really, really bad. They specifically put in a change for that in, I think 111. Can't remember. But yeah, it's the Justice isn't working. They need to fix Justice. Now, so here's the Command into Command batch. If this one works. Let's put that there. A rank 2 Seal Command with a rank 1. Now, this is going to use so much mana that is it really worth it? Like, only on a really short fight it would be, right? So... let's see. Okay, no, not right there. Okay, I'm not getting either command to proc now. Wait, I think I just got it. Yeah, I just got it. So I did I did a melee swing 711, 1175, 612 all in one swing. So they have batching for that. The reason why it uses a lot of mana, I mean, it still does use a lot of mana, right? 65 and 110. The reason why this is such an issue is it also stops your mana regen, right? Your passive mana regen from Spirit. See if this works. Parry, nice. Let's see if I can get 2 commands in here, chat. Ready? It's 1 command. 1 command. I had 2 drain lives. That was cool. Oh no, that was 1. Maybe I'm mistiming it, or I mean, it's very RNG. Like, is it really worth? I don't know. Dodge. I have no clue what's going on, but I enjoy as fans, so I watch anyways. Yeah. I'm doing like some really like super nerdy stuff. Okay, so let's see this. I wish I had water. Let's do that right there. Okay, so let's see this. Nice parry. I like it. Fine. I'll just go behind you. I guess that's your front. Okay. Oh, there it is. There's one. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Was that another one? Seal of Command 615. Melee 1445, 615, 580. Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir. Guys, this is really interesting. Okay. Okay, so hold on. Does the judgment last? Hold on, let's see the judgment here. Okay. See, judgment needs a half a second delay. Judgment needs a delay on it still. Let me see this. Let me see this, chat. Hold on. There needs to be something changed because Seal Command is, I'm writing down some notes, chat. There needs to be something changed because Seal Command is not being affected by Vengeance plus 15 holy damage after a white crit. Something I already knew. I'm just writing everything down. I already knew this problem. So if it goes white crit. Okay. Seal blood for alliance? Yeah. A minor delay, which should... Okay, so let me see this one. Okay, they basically flipped how it works. So you can still twist command into justice. Okay. You can still do it, I just did it. I just been chat. Hello. Hey, I was wondering what you think now's a good time to start playing Classic if I never played it before. Actually, yeah, if you're wanting to get ready for Burning Crusade, it's not a bad time just to like level a character and learn the game a little bit. So I wonder. Oh. Judgment of Command. I wonder if I can go... I'm thinking, chat. I'm thinking. Brain. Command went off after. Okay. Okay, so can I go seal it like a seal of justice, and then do a, let's say wisdom, right? Wisdom, and then cast Command and Judge while they're both up. Interesting. Esfand gains 90 mana from Esfand's Seal of Wisdom off of the Judgment. So they've basically flipped it. So I Seal Twisted you just do it backwards. So now if I go Justice, Command Judge, I just look. Okay, so the muscle memory is different. I still stunned him with the Judgment of Command damage, but the muscle memory is a little bit different. It expels both judgments. So you don't keep the Judgment on, so it burns more mana than it used to. Interesting. I think it's supposed to work opposite. Interesting. Am I making sense to anyone? Or no? I'm way too Pepe down for this. Can you explain it? Okay, so what's happening is if I do Seal of Justice or any sort of like proc effect judgment. Gressel, nice, congrats. Then I can cast Command, right? So I already have Seal of Justice up. If I cast Seal of Command and then hit Judgment right after while Seal of Justice is still up, it expels both judgments, or no, it removes both judgments, but only expels the first, or the last one that I casted, right? But Judgment of Command has a chance to proc on hit effects. So if I have Seal of Justice up, and then I go, look at the debuffs here, if I go Command Judge, it resisted. But it resisted the stun, but that was there. So this is like the reverse Judgment twist. So watch, I'll do it again. You'll see a stun go upon him if it procs. Where I go Command Judge. Did it work? It did not work. Let's try it again. It's a random proc chance. Oh, it might have resisted my neck too. Yeah, that's right. Actually, I think it was resisting my neck. Same idea though. So if I go Command Judge. I just did it a second ago. 2 damage, 2 damage. So if I go Command Judge. It resisted that time. It hit Command and hit Fire Strike, but it resisted the stun. What the hell? Esfand's stun was fully resisted by dummy. A dummy resisted my stun. Are you serious? How the hell is a dummy resisting my stuns? Let me try this again. Right? So it's possible, right? Where I go Command Judge. No, not Domi. So I go boom, boom. See, there it is. Stunned. So I did a Judgment of Command, Fire Strike. I got a Drain Life proc, which doesn't really matter. But then it doesn't show the stun for some reason. But the stun did go off. You guys saw it. So it's like the seal twisting is reversed. Before, what used to happen is I would go Command, Judge. There was a half a second delay, and then I would cast Judgment or Justice right after it. It's still random proc. Yeah, it's always random proc. But you know what this kind of leads me to believe? What if I do this? Can I go and do a... let me see if I can do this. Why am I getting freaking target lock? Can I go... Swing? Right, let's say I got a command. Okay. Command. Boom. Oh, let me do this again. So if I go... I'll probably get a... I got a proc here maybe. Watch. I go boom. This will be crazy if it works. Let me see this. So if I go, when it's like half a second, boom, boom. I don't think this one will work. I want to see if I can have the 2 ranks of command and get a proc of command off of the Judgment of Command. That's what I'm trying to see. Wait, did I? Hold on, did I just do that? Dude, this freaking target lock is so annoying. Melee swing, Fire Strike, Drain Life, Seal Command, Judgment of Command. No. I have to do it. I can't do it on a swing. I think it might have procced on the swing. I have to do it in between the swings. Let me try this. Has to be in the middle of the swing timer to not have any confusion. Nah, I don't think this will work. That'd be crazy if that worked. Like, absolutely insane if it worked. I go like boom, and then boom, boom. And then I get another Seal Command off of that Judgment. Like, that'd be like do, 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 do. But instead, I can just go... Oh, wait. I think I was... Hold on. I think I was using the wrong ranks for my testing. Hold on. My keybinds are all screwed up. Okay, I go this, and then I go boom, boom. I don't think it works. Would be cool if it did, but I don't think it works. Yeah, it doesn't work. see this? What is this?
Holy shit!
Oh. Nice belly ring. I don't have a belly ring. Thank you. What's the best gear for Shotgun and TBC? There's that Lammerlar set that's pretty good, but honestly, you gotta take some like mage pieces and trinkets and stuff like that. This is pretty interesting to me. Look at this. So if I go, okay, I might this up. Okay, so like that, and then a little bit before, it gives me 2 buffs at the same time. I want 2 buffs at the same time whenever I swing. So like a little bit before. A little bit before. So 1 and 2. There's too many numbers. I'm gonna get rid of the Blaze Fury. You guys like how I don't actually have an attack power neck? I still don't have a melee DPS neck. So if I go and I do a different rank, okay, let's start here, right? And then I go rank 2, right before. Rank 1. Oh, nice. See, there's a double command. You see that? I got 583, 1302. You do it right before instead of right after now. And the point is to have 2 buffs up at the same time. You see that? Just came up. So like watch. Boom, you swing. Boom, you swing. Boom, you swing. And hope for a double proc. But does that really change like the 7 ppm? Like does it really matter? It's not really, maybe it does give you more procs. Maybe it's just a big burst, right? Here, let's try this with Grand Marshal's Claymore.
Have you decided on a PvE or PvP server?
I'm gonna stay on Fairlina.
Think PvE server would make for better streams, won't have to deal with being ganked. Think Asmon said he'd prefer PvE. Be interesting to see if just
I think Burning Crusade is different than Vanilla. There's less world content. But I'm probably gonna go PvP. If it becomes a real issue, I'll make a character on a PvE server, right? So look at this: 702, 1135, 604. This is all in one swing. So like, if I'm like this, and I go up to a guy and I'm like, yo. Wait, did I not just... Did that not... Hold on, did I not... It just did the animation. Why didn't it work? Why did I not do a steel command damage there? Am I crazy? Oh, steel command was dodged. Oh, okay. So if I go in and I'm like... Boom. Look at that. 693, 582, 571, no crits.